How is he ever going to accomplish his primary goal, Imutu? He'll go through with it, she said to him, then whispered to Reraku, you must be strong. For both our sakes. And Obasan's. Obasan. To upset her would be bad. On the best of days, she was grim, and uncaring, and scary. When she was upset. I'll try, Okasan. Good. Let Sakun do her work, Penelope. She moved back, somewhat reluctantly, and watched as the attendant finished the sterilization of the instrument. At done, she wiped the target area on Reraku's arm with an alcohol swab, and pressed the machine to the site. A trigger was pulled, and he could feel the metallic claw digging into his flesh, ripping out a chunk of meat, and vein, and blood. He grit his teeth, and closed his eyes, but did not make a sound. Okasan's eyes widened as she looked at the resulting wound. You monster! What did you do? This is an advanced test. We needed a segment of one of his main veins, along with blood, lymph and meat. Do something. He'll bleed to death. Tanaro smirked. He'll have to heal from a lot worse than this before we're through with him. Sakun ignored the commotion, and merely placed the sample into the appropriate test tube, using a tongue depressor to get every last bit off the collection claw. You can't just leave him like that. Penelope undid her scarf, preparing to tourniquet the site. No need to get that dirty. Sakun. Tend to the boys. The green-clad robot, she wasn't human, no matter what they asked him to believe, nodded, and placed a patch of medicated new skin on the target area. That should do it. Now we'll have to ask you to leave. What? We'd have to conduct more tests. Alone. Tanaro. Listen to him. You are not needed here. Or wanted. A new voice. An old man had walked into the room, supporting his wizened, white-haired frame onto wooden canes. He'd seen him once or twice before. Onohoji-san bowed. Gosankuji-san. It's Kyuthu to you, Tanaro. We worked closely enough for that. Hi, Kyuthu-san. The old man turned his wrinkled face to Okasan. We regret this, Madame Hibiki, but we really cannot let you stay. Why not? I have Alpha Plus clearance. For Project R, yes. For Project R, and I want to stay with my Reraku. We will be dealing with things other than Project R. A pause. And I have already said too much. You must leave, Hibiki-san. If you choose to disobey me, I will be forced to call on security. He grinned, looking for all the world like one of the skulls in the science classroom. And you know how good a job the KF does of that. Why can't Okasan stay? No one answered. They just stared at each other. Okasan at Kyuthu, Onohoji-san at Okasan, and Sakun at empty space. I'll go, his mother said finally, then turned to her brother. With him in the room, I know you won't listen to me. I am your sister. Perhaps he is more to you. Hoji-san's face was made of stone. We'll deliver the child to the mansion this evening, said Tanaro. "You need worry about nothing." Once his mother had left, they'd taken him into a different room, with yet another metal chair. This time, they'd attached tubes and wires to his head, arms, and chest. He didn't complain. He had to be strong. Okasan was gone, and he had to show them that he could stand it, that he wouldn't be in pain. The needles dug all around him, and they stung, but he didn't tell them. He couldn't let them know. Sedate him. No use having the muscles tensed when we're trying to get a reading. Hi. He felt a cool liquid enter his right arm, and branch out towards the rest of his body. As it was warmed by his hot blood, the frigidity that left it rose to his head, making him dizzy, and sleepy, and he felt nothing now. No pain, no touch, nothing. Floating, kind of dizzy. Movement around him, but not quite registering. Who? Sukun, check the Adderston pathways. On screen. Compare with Sable. Running comparison check. Voices. He knew them from somewhere. From someplace. Was there any place but here? Strength peak as expected. R0 Southeast 1.0 increase. And the others? Key channeling reversed. R2.5 increase. Southeast 0.9 decrease. I don't see why we keep this first one, Tanaro. He is my sister's son, and Tofu-sama's. I know all that. I worked with your grandfather, but Project R is a failure. He can still accomplish what he was made to do. Not likely. Wait and see. I have waited for 6 years. All I see is a sniveling nosebleed of a boy who can't go to bed by himself without getting lost. He was never designed for your purposes, Kaiuthu. All he needed were the key peaks, and in that the project has succeeded admirably. What good are those, with all his other disabilities? The white blur swung up a cane. They are good enough for the goal of the project. A brief pause. I'll be handing on a corp to you soon, Tanaro. I don't have a choice. If you wish to waste your time with this half-formed mistake, go ahead. The voice grew deeper. Just remember to pay equal attention to the more important aspects of your work. The words hit, but did not register. The fluid that had gone into him coated his mind with a Teflon shield, letting everything slide off, unprocessed, leaving no impression. Just as well. The part of Raraku that did understand, that did have a clue as to what was happening, did not want to know. And so, it forgot, gave up, and sent the whole into a long, deep, dreamless sleep. He was secure. He had not failed his mother. He had not shown his weakness. He had felt pain, but he had buried it. If no one could see it, it did not matter that it hurt. They took him back home in time for dinner, before the drugs had completely worn off. He sat in a haze, mechanically eating the creamed salmon soup and spiced chicken breast, but it did not matter that he did not speak. His mother did not, and neither did his father. Okasan simply looked at him, eyes full of tears, all during supper. He tried to ask her why, many times, But just as he'd make up his mind to do it, the butler would come over and refill his glass of juice, and that would spoil his concentration, and he'd forget, and things would spin around him, and she was no better. He just kept his nose stuck in that book of his all the time, and didn't notice anything. At least Obasan wasn't there. Not then. Not yet. She was, however, at his side when he was ready to be tucked into his bed. "Your mother's had a difficult day, today," she said, in a shaky, yet powerful voice. "Do you know why, Raraku?" She was the only one who pronounced his name more distinctly than Okasan. The boy nodded. "Of course you do. It is because she is afraid. She is afraid that you will not be strong. But you will be strong, won't you?" She pulled the covers to his chin, and the fun out of his mouth. "I will be, Obasan." He'd say anything, agree to any terms, to have her leave him. She never hurt him. Not that. But it was worse. The way she looked at him, the way she spoke to him, like a snake talking to a mouse, and asking it to help her. "You know what happens if you are not." Here it came. Every night, she reminded him, and every night, he dreaded it. "She'll come." "Who'll come, Raraku?" "The Perdita will come. And she'll take you away, and eat you, and throw your bones to the dogs, just like she did to your great-grandmother." "No. Unless you are strong." "I will be strong." "You must be, to fight her." "I can run away." "She'll catch up to you, no matter where you go, or how fast you run, little one. I'll kill her. I'll destroy her." Perdita would never get to him. If he couldn't escape her, he'd. "You will not." "Why not, Obasan?" "She will come to you, in time, as she did to me, and to my mother. And she will try to ruin your life, before she kills you. That is worse. Once you are dead, nothing hurts. Nothing hurts when you are dead. Or does it? No one can tell. No one speaks to dead things, because dead things don't answer. And even if they hurt, if no one else can see the pain, it does not matter. Then, the dead are strong. What must I do? You must make her suffer, child. You must make sure she feels the pain that she has caused the others of your line, and yet you must preserve her life. She cannot be allowed to escape that easily. The guilty must be punished. The guilty must be punished." Raraku repeated the phrase like a prayer. The guilty cause pain. But Kyuthu and Sukun, they caused pain. Must they be punished, also? Where is she now? She is hiding, but she will come for you, in due course. You can be sure of that. I will be strong, Obasan. I know you will, Raraku. I know you will. Never forget who you are, a Hibiki of the Ono's lineage. Let Perdita know your name. When you meet her, let her know its meaning. You are Raraku, downfall. You are her downfall. Her downfall. I am her Raraku. Her voice assumed a snappier, more commanding tone. And remember, never forget this. You must never falter, or she will come for you, with her glowing eyes, and sharpened teeth, and tear you into pieces. You must be always strong, or she will come before you are ready for her. I am ready. He could take her on. He could punish her. He could be strong. Obasan smiled. In spirit, at least. She lowered her aged head and kissed him on the forehead, sealing their compact. Good night, little one. Remember what I have said. I will, said the black-haired boy, and drifted into sleep. And chapter 17 Scurried Extremes Nirima Graveyard. Sometime in the 21st century, though the night is dark, and the deep clouds hide any glimmer of the moon or stars, I see the kanji clearly carved upon the marker. Slowly, carefully I run my finger over each indentation, savoring the reality, the permanence of the stone. Ironic. He is gone, and yet his name remains, for all to see, and touch, though some who care the most for it must do it carefully. I too, remain, unchanging as the rock that stands before me, not by fate or circumstance, but choice. I could change my own appearance, grow and age, though never die again. In fact, the society of which I am now a part has urged me many times to do so, saying I should take my place as the leader that they have made of me, in body as well as in mind. I always refuse. It wouldn't be right. Once in a while, I allow my hair to lengthen to my waist, or for convenience change my clothes. But apart from that, I remain as on the date on which he left. Short, dark hair framing a face only 16 winters old, and below, a body covered by a pale dress in pastel shades of yellow and blue. I couldn't imagine feeling comfortable in any other form. My own life is a memorial to his death, to our stillborn life. For more than 90 years I've kept this feast. Every 12 months I'll bid farewell to all the other ghosts, insisting that I have some time alone, to think, to meditate, and to remember. More tears pour from my eyes, infused with my life's essence and shining a pale yellow. By their light I take in the name and pronounce it, symbol by symbol. Ranma. You knew him. A voice from behind me. I turn, but see nothing except vague, shadowy outlines surrounded by a faint red glow, next to a generic obelisk. Ah yes. A long time ago. Silence. The wind blows softly through the trees, wet and heavy. It presages rain in the morning. Is a year unfinished business, then? I start. That is the one unspoken rule, the one taboo that's never broken by the dead. One may comfort, sympathize, or try to help, but to ask, to directly ask without the information being volunteered, is the peak of crassness. The shade's either new, or troublesome. Who are you? I growl. I summon up my anger and will my aura to intensify, that I may see better. I can gradually make out features. A woman. Young, with long arms and legs covered in a jet black bodysuit. Her skin is as pale as her ebony hair is dark, save for a streak of pure white running down its middle, and at her side, the assassin holds up her triangular bladed dagger, which glows a brilliant green. "My name is Kosankuji Scaride," she says, "but you may call me Death." SKUHIDEXTRM is written by 4CW6 with additions by RPM Part I. More than kin, a little more than kin, and less than kind. WILLIAM Shakespeare, Hamlet, Act I, SC. To once upon a time, there was a girl. She was unique in her situation in that she was often able to talk to herself, and have a reasonable conversation while she was at it. This was because she was a Gosankuji, and members of her clan had managed to cross the barriers of time and space to make for one of the most unusual family gatherings of all times. At the moment, this particular girl was talking to herself again. Scaride winced as the Adderston needle dug into her arm, jetting through the flesh until it touched her bone. "Just a little bit more, Mudkin, then we'll be finished." The girl nodded and watched enraptured as the needle began to glow, first a sky blue, then a navy shade which deepened into something close to indigo and spread into her limb. She could feel her key pathways realigning under the doctor's expert manipulation, rearranging themselves in response to the mental commands carried by the spiritual energy. After only a few seconds, the rod began to dim, and was finally removed by a gloved hand. "There. All done. Thanks, Skachan." The woman with the white streak in her hair smiled. "You're welcome, Mudkin." "Am I?" "Yes, your magic's back to normal, and so's your skin. But about your eyes." "My eyes?" The doctor handed little Scaride a mirror. "Your eyes. They're purple. The color of your aura," nodded the elder Skachan, "and I'm afraid they'll stay that way. Now, tell me, Scaride, what were you doing? There must have been a tremendous magic backlash for that to happen. Were you playing with your bubbles again? Did you try one of them on yourself?" And no. The girl was hesitant. "Well, you can trust me. I'm you." Another smile mirrored in the youth. "Hi. Well, it was." Scaride twiddled her thumbs and looked away. "It was." The doctor made a rolling motion with her hands, urging her little sister on. The girl only blushed. "Ah, I know that expression far too well. I've used it more than once, myself." A short pause, then the elder Scaride looked her younger self in the eye. "It was a boy, wasn't it?" A nod. "Which one?" "Raraku," mumbled Scaride. Her double blinked. "Hibiki? Black hair, like bandanas, could get lost in a closet." Another nod. The doctor shook her head in disbelief. "Honestly, I still can't believe how different a person can be from herself. Hibiki Raraku. I would have thought you would be going after his brother, if you were after anyone in that family. He only has a sister." "Ah, that explains it, then." An arched eyebrow. "I take it you aren't going after his sister, Oni-san." The elder Scaride raised her hands. "Just asking. I don't know, Oni-san. He's so sweet, and so nice, and when I see him, I feel, you feel like you must be with him, just as much as you must breathe, yet every time you try to talk to him, I freeze, and my head is full of all these thoughts, all these things happening at the same time, so I can't think clearly, or concentrate, and anything I say, ends up coming out wrong, so instead you stay silent, and simply look, and feel. The doctor smiled. I told you, Scaride. You can hide nothing from yourself. I can't say I particularly approve of your choice of boyfriend. Little Scaride blushed. But trust me, if he's the one, there'll come a day when your mind will suddenly clear up, the fog will lift from your eyes, and you'll be able to communicate, to let him know how you feel, just as much as you have always wanted to, and you won't mess up, you won't stammer, it'll just be Oni-san. That's what I was trying to do. Mudkin. Little Scaride sighed. I decided that maybe if I linked our minds, like 246 was talking about in class. Maybe if we shared our souls, we could. You shouldn't have tried that. I know. Now, when I tried to join with him, the energy I sent, she closed her eyes. It just bounced back, straight at me. His spirit rejected me. You're lucky you got off with misaligned pathways and colored eyes. You could have been killed. I know, Oni-san. I know. Mudkin collapsed into tears, and her sister wrapped her arms around her, comforting her. It's all right, little one. I know what you're going through. Trust me on this. The time will come when you won't need magic or tricks to talk to him. If all goes well, he will come to you. Little Scaride looked up from her crying. Like you and Tofu-sensei? She asked. Hi, smiled the doctor. Like me and Tofu-chan. How did you meet? He was one of my patients. Back home I take care of the dead, you see. The girl frowned. Not all of them are bad, Ska-chan. I was sorry to hear about the hospital, and I loved our tutor, but those are exceptions. Just like there are good and bad people, there are good and bad spirits. Do you help the bad spirits? If they're hurt, admitted Scaride. Like any other doctor, I can't let my own morality interfere with my work. A pause. Then the elder Scaride continued with her story. Tofu-chan was doing pretty badly. Some cemetery renovation and new construction in his old neighborhood had led to a misalignment of his ki not too different from yours, actually, and since ghosts are ki, he was in pain. He heard about me from someone else and came to my door. I was fixing dinner, but when I saw how bad he was, I dropped everything and rushed to treat him. He stayed with me a week at a time, while I worked on healing him, and by the end of it, he didn't want to leave. Did he? Patience, little one. To tell the truth, I didn't want him to leave, either, but I didn't know how to tell him. You were like me. Just like you. I tried to talk, But instead of saying what I felt, I'd drift on to Adderston. We were both knowledgeable in that area, and it provided an easy escape from awkward moments. It didn't make it easy that he was shy, too. Even as a spirit, his eyes would fog up whenever I was kind to him. Scaride giggled at the memory. But yes, he eventually told me how he felt. And then I told him. We've been together ever since. Little Scaride HMPHD. What's the matter, Mudkin? Your stories are lousy. 28 tells much better ones. Aren't you a little young to be reading the kind of thing that 28 writes? Well, if you can read it, so can I. The doctor laughed. Point taken. And, yes, well, his stories all had romance, and things, and, go on. Tofu-sensei's dead. How can you two? The doctor smiled. Love is independent of the body, little one, she said slowly, then winked. But when the mood's right, emotions can work miracles on ghosts. Oh, it was late. Not all was quiet in the Nirima graveyard. A feminine figure decked in a long white dress with flowing folds glided across the cemetery paths, hovering, turning and gracefully melting through the monuments, its feet never touching the ground. At length, it arrived at its destination, and stopped. Before it was a marker. A very old one, but well kept, and at its foot sat a cloaked bundle. For some time, nothing happened. The shade stood still and let the moonlight shine through its efferity, shedding some little illumination on the ragged ancestor in front of it. More moments passed. Then, seeing that it would have to take the initiative itself, the spirit spoke. Ryuga, she said, Akan's dead. The rags jostled slightly, but no face looked up. Aren't we all? He answered softly. Not that way. We aren't. Not by her. Her? This time, the man did turn his head, and when he did his face was only half illuminated by the moonlight. For one who could look as he wished, who could choose whether or not he was affected by the physical laws of optics, that meant much. He shed tears, but they were to be felt, not seen. The assassin. Who else would I be speaking of? Ryuga looked back at the inscription on the marker, and touched it lightly with his fingers. Fate. Fate? The woman's copper face contorted itself with controlled anger. Ryuga, she's decimating us. She slaughters us like. She struggled for a simile. Like game birds in a biodome. And brings relief. She obliterates. Non-existence is not a relief. The man's eyes looked sadly into hers. It is, from an unlife such as ours. Speak for yourself. Silence. How many more must fall? Tofu? Raraku? Eme? Raraku lives, but for how long? She's killed the living once, she can do it again. We can't let this go on, grandfather. Ryuga shut his eyes and turned to face the monument. There is nothing we can do. There is. The Wanderer flashed his granddaughter a look of disapproval. I can do nothing, and neither can they. But with your abilities, with your siphon and their strength, we, Ryuga stood and whirled violently to face her. The three want Gosankuji Scaride alive and well. I can do nothing, he said, waving his hand in emphasis and looking the other spirit in the eye. You're just going to let us all die a second death? She asked. Is that your wish? To destroy the society which you've helped found? To allow the assassin to remove its foundations, so that it collapses, and those who remain are back to being lonely, desperate wanderers? The suitability of the last word was not wasted on Ryuga, and he winced. I am the envoy, Famine. How can I possibly? His granddaughter interrupted him, putting a finger to her temple and looking up at an angle in mockery of his outline. Oh, that's right, she said. You're the envoy. I'd almost forgotten. You received that post after the assassin slaughtered grandmother. A blue aura flared around the wanderer as he looked down and clenched his fists. How dare you mention that? How dare you sit there and tell me you'll do nothing against Scaride when she did that to you? To the United States? HM? I had my orders. He barked. I must think of the good of the world. The three, screw the three. While they're sitting up in their other world, safe and sound, we're being fulminated. Don't you get it? Not killed, fulminated. We cease to exist. Silence. The Bat Lord dimmed and Ryuga turned away from her, his head still hung low. And it's not just you, Caillou, continued Famine. There's Childra, Kasumi, Minako, and now Akaane. I thought she meant something to you, grandfather. She did. Then why? He waved her into a silence which he too kept, unmoving. You're right, said Famine after a few moments, her voice soft and calm. Maybe you really are dead. She pivoted and headed back the way she came. Wait. The woman stopped, and spoke without turning back. We strike her a room tonight, at midnight. A flash of orange flame, and she disappeared. Ryuga watched the spot where she had been. Nothing was there now except for an obelisk or two, and in the distant background the city lights. It was his internal lights that he saw. Oh, it was his inner flames that now blinded him, that now put his duty into question. When there were many honors, which was one to fight for? When there were many honors, for which was one to die? He raised his right palm before him and concentrated, willing a flare of blue ki to appear. The jet danced on his hand, morphing under his direction, first expanding, tapering at the base until it formed a miniature spatula, then remolding itself into a mallet. The shape exploded in a violent burst as he closed his fist over it. The Wanderer swirled his cape about him and melted into the shadows. He had to be elsewhere tonight. When she was sure he'd left, Scaride stepped out from her hiding place and knelt by the base of the Tendo Memorial. She picked up the single black rose which she found there and held it to her face. The hunter was now the hunted, and she had to plot her first escape. A lonely sheep wandered the halls of the Gosankuji collective citadel, blissful in its solitude. For once, no black-jacketed man was hunched over it, calling it pet names and chanting magic rites. No pale figure with black ringed eyes was stroking it, or using unprintable methods to try to get it to teleport across dimensions. A day or two ago, there had been an awful accident involving Dr. Samgo Sunkuzi and an accelerated quantum sheep, and since then the collective had slowed down on its alternate jumping. The collective was, of course, the Gosunkuzi Collective, a gathering of the most magically talented Gosunkuzis across several realities. There were some where the Gosunkuzi name was generally trod upon. This was, actually, the majority of the worlds they'd sampled so far, much to their alarm, and one or two where having the name Gosunkuzi was much akin to having a death wish. However, there were a few worlds where they had been well respected, well liked, and once or twice, revered. These particular realities were plagued by Gosunkuzis wanting a vacation and a place to get a date, but that's another story. What, one would wonder, would sheep have to do with quantum theory and time travel? Well, not all Gosunkuzis had traveled via sheep, but the early pioneers of dimensional travel did, and quite a few of the old school of Gosunkuzi stuck by the method out of habit. They later found out that a handkerchief, ketchup, and an item of jewelry also did the job just fine. The actual theory behind sheep and time/reality travel is quite complicated and involves rules and theorems that cannot be demonstrated properly by non-mages. However, in layman's terms, the whole matter of time/reality travel and sheep had to do with the inherent magical property of blood becompency static electricity and the theory of holistic universality, which states that everything is linked to everything else. Hence, the home base of the Gosunkuzi collective tended to be populated by statically charged, baffled, and disoriented sheep named Fleecy. However, for Fleecy 986, today would be different. At long last, she would be free to do sheepish things, like munching on grass. Not that there was any grass on this planetoid Astrodrift would have to do, and staring blankly ahead, sleeping when night fell. Oh, yes, she would enjoy this vacation. What a pity that her respite didn't last long. Not 20 seconds after she'd laid down for a nice, well-deserved nap, she was burnt to a crisp by a sudden explosion of red-keyed flame. Scaride looked down at the freshly barbecued sheep below her and wrinkled her nose in disgust. She liked lamb, but the smell of mutton was so strong. She sighed. When would the collective ever learn? This was the third time she'd landed on one of their pets. She didn't know how to use the sheep, and didn't want to know. Oh, well, at least 212 knows how to make a good stew. Scaride lowered her arms, took her cufflinks apart and looked at her watch. A few brief mental calculations, converting between the time flow rate differential between this reality and hers, let her know that she had only about a half hour left. It'll be enough. She looked around her. Her cufflinks had worked as accurately as usual, and she was only a few doors away from her sister's office. She still couldn't believe how different a person could be from herself. It made her sick to her stomach to think of that goody two-shoes, that self-righteous harlot who thought herself so high above herself, and yet, and yet sold herself to them, willingly consorted with the bardo, and her intercourse with them was not just verbal. Any guilt or remorse which the assassin might have felt at what she was about to do were washed away by the sudden wave of nausea and disgust which swept over her. She looked herself over. Too clean. Far too clean. Must mess myself up. But how? She ran her hands through her hair, making it look wild. Better, according to the reflection of her watch, but still not perfect. What could she? Of course. Scaride took a piece of charred skin from the deceased sheep and crumbled it in her hands, turning the fat and ashes into a thin, greasy black paste which she rubbed over her face and hands. She looked again at her reflection. I look just like I'm back from the hunt. A noise. She couldn't let herself be seen. Not yet. She dragged the sheep and herself into a flying broom closet and shut the door, leaving it just slightly ajar and hoping no one would notice the trail of cinders on the floor. No one did. No sooner had she settled into a comfortable stance than she saw the door to her double's office open, and her remaining sister leave. They'd had a consultation, apparently. Those two were getting along well. Too well the healer was gaining too much of an influence. If Scaride didn't watch it, Mudkin would end up just as demented as the ghost lover. The assassin would not let that happen. Scaride watched until the little one had been around the corner and out of sight, then mussed her hair one last time and bolted through the infirmary door, into her double's office. Scaride sighed as she put away her adders and equipment. It was a pity about her sister. To be obsessed with someone was fine, it was almost a Gosankuji's duty. But, Hibiki Raraku. If the boy in the little one's reality was anything like her own's, still, that wasn't the worst of her problems. She would never have tried that stunt on her own, she was sure of it. Someone must have put her up to it, and she had a nagging feeling that she knew who that someone was. It scared her to look at the final member of their trio. It was like looking into a funhouse mirror, where every detail was recognizable, and yet grossly distorted and misshapen. And the assassin had been taking it upon herself to spend extra time with little Sketch and time which she, as a doctor, couldn't afford. That was the problem. The little one was learning to trust the assassin, to revere her, and if Scaride didn't watch it, Mudkin would end up just as demented as the ghost killer. The doctor polished her needles furiously. She would not let that happen. She didn't know how, exactly, but she would find a way to lessen that termagant's influence, and a wild-eyed, dirty figure with mad hair burst through the door of the infirmary. "What's the matter, Scaride?" asked the doctor. "It's famine." The healer quietly put down the bottle she was holding, and looked her in the eye. "Famine?" she asked calmly. "Yes. Isn't she dead, in your reality?" "Yes. And she is in trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "She's hurt. Fading. I don't know what's wrong with her." The doctor scowled. "Oh, she knew. All right. You tried to exorcise her." A statement, not a question. "I didn't. Honest, You kill ghosts. They call you the assassin. Not all of them. I just kill the ones who deserve it. How do you judge that? She lowered her eyes and calmed somewhat. I'm not sure I do. Enough with the theatrics, assassin. Cut to the chase. Why do you want my help? She's hurt. So you've said. You should be happy. It's not like you to abandon one of your hunts. The assassin sighed and waved her arms about her, trying to grasp for words that wouldn't come. I never meant for her to get hurt. I was after another spirit. A murderer. And she got in the way. Please, Sketchan. You have to help her. And with that, the ghost killer began to cry. The doctor bit her lower lip. This was not what she had expected. From all reports, her sister was a merciless killer of the dead, just as surgical in her strikes as she was in her own procedures. Then why? Her thoughts flew back to her earlier conversation with little Scaride. She'd teased her about going after Raraku's sister, and then they'd spoken of her own life and a half with Tofu-chan, and here. Could it be? It was unlikely, yes, but she had the evidence before her, and people did change. This was a version of her, after all, so if she could, then maybe. But it was just so. Could the assassin be in love with the ghost of Hibiki-zanin? A Hibiki and a ghost had combined the traits of two of their other selves, and she did say she was now killing only those who deserved it. She's hurt, you say? The other scribe looked up from her sobs and nodded. How long would you say we have? Asked the scribe. Her double smiled weakly as she checked her watch. The correction had not been wasted. With my reality's time flow rate, only a few minutes, at most. The doctor drew a deep intake of breath. For her, a trip was a large event. In an emergency, she might pull off a jump in an hour, but you know that my travel magic is far from perfect, Sketchan. Maybe we'd better get 115 to help. There's no need. Just hold on to me. The doctor raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to use a sheep? I don't need a SHE, the other cleared her throat. I mean, I don't need sheep. She grinned, and held up her wrists. I made these cufflinks myself. They'll take me between my room and the citadel. The doctor nodded, grabbed a few items from her cabinet and wrapped her arms around the other's waist. The assassin touched her wrists together, and they vanished in a flash of crimson flame. Near midnight, the full moon shone through wispy clouds upon the University of Tokyo quadrangle, illuminating late-night revelers and hover bikes that made their way through an unseen assembly. Unwittingly, the blushing couples walked through a horde of shades to a conveniently empty residence room. The deliveryman did not notice the forms through which their vehicles sped, and even the moonbeams chose to ignore the presence of the spirits. But for all their reality, they were there. They crowded around by the thousands, melting into walls or trees if they had to, forming an unliving blockade of souls, all facing Kurane Hall. These truly were the restless dead. Once, they had been lonely, Then had come the assembly with its organization and camaraderie. That worked well. It united them and gave them comfort and hope in an otherwise hopeless existence. Until the advent of the assassin. Since then they had lived, or not, in fear, snatching at snippets of joy, not daring to be happy for too long, lest she should find them, and annihilate them. She always seemed to know just where to strike, where their heart lay. How? They knew not, since no bardo would dare collaborate with Scaride. Whatever it was, be it insight, spy work or divine inspiration, she always dealt a killing blow, destroying their leaders and knocking down the foundations of their society, which would each time be painfully and carefully rebuilt, only to be destroyed again as soon as it had been re-established. Tonight, the cycle would end. It was for that they had gathered here, leaving their tombs, their houses, their rounds or groupings. It was for that they had trekked through the domain of the living, using their ethereality to full advantage as they took the shortest route to their destination, be it through buildings, landscape or people. Akan's death had been the final straw, a sobering shock. She had been slaughtered at her worship, proving that nothing was sacred to the assassin. There was no even. They could stand it no longer. They had to attack now, or risk losing their collective being to the same oblivion to which their comrades had been committed by the killer's knife. "Some of us will die," said Svanen, floating a foot in the air at the head of the congregated ghosts. "There is no prize without a sacrifice. To gain life, we must be willing to risk a second death. We all know the assassin will not yield without a fight." There were a few murmurs in the crowd, and the collective aura of those gathered darkened a few shades. A fight could prove quite costly, when Scaride's weapons needed less than a second to effect a kill. It is almost inevitable that a few of us will perish, but the vast majority of us will survive. I would not ask any of you to take this risk. In fact, I haven't. You've all come willingly, but the time has come when we can wait no longer. One must fall, but that one is not among us, but in the building before us. Hers is the only death of which we must be certain. The others take a chance. Which, I ask you, is worse? To have a few of us destroyed, or our joint soul? No answer from their mouths, but the expression of the shades made their intention plain. "After this," continued Svanen, "we will be safe. Finally. Forever. There'll be no more hiding, no more fear, no more guarding of one's words. That is what our sacrifices will be for." Her eyes gleamed. "And for revenge. How many of us here had not lost one we cared for, loved, or more to Scaride's hand?" Silence. "I thought as much. The pain she has caused will not go unavenged. The reason you are here, the reason I have asked for your support is that I will need you to lend me. To lend the United States your strength. All of you will play a part in bringing her down. A bit of each of you will be in the hit that splits her soul from her body. The time for waiting is past. The Gosankuji dies tonight, and when she does, her mouth curved upwards in a wicked smile. Her shade will wish that it had gone to hell. Shannon quickly silenced the ensuing roar with a wave of her hand. Save the rejoicing for after the deed. She can hear us as well as she can see us, and though her room is on the opposite end of the building. When there was perfect quiet, she continued. Now for the plan. At great risk, a few of our comrades had been observing the assassin. We know that she stays in her room from 9 to midnight on weeknights, studying and preparing herself for her hunts. Then she leaves her room at the stroke of 12 by her clock. I intend to intercept her on her way out. You, Salmon? A voice from the crowd. Yes. I will enter first, to draw her attention, and while she's focused on me, I want the rest of you to filter in by the sides. That way we might confuse her. Shouts of protest went up. She was an important part of their community. She was a leader, a role model. She should not risk herself. Hands sprung up, and many shouted offers of going in her place, but she waved them all aside. I've brought you here, said she. It's my plan, my responsibility, and so it's only fair that I should bear the brunt of the danger. I'll enter through her room's door, with the doctor remaining behind it until the time comes for him to play his part. You'll be his shield? Yes. We cannot risk his loss, since he's our weapon. It is on him that you must concentrate. When you've all gathered close as I've told you to, I want you to focus your energy on him. When Scaride appears and goes for me, he will then step forward, through the door, and channel the key into a narrow beam, delivering the killing blow. No, he won't. The crowd turned to see who challenged Salmon's authority. At first, no one was found, but then a cloaked figure near the back began to glow a strong blue, knocking spirits aside to make room for itself as it made its way forwards. When he was directly in front of Salmon, he rose to her height and lowered his head. No, he won't, repeated Ryuga. I will. Grandfather. I thought that I wouldn't come. He looked away. I had to. You're right, Salmon. There's too many gone, and no end in sight. I thought we could wait, sit it out until she died on her own, but at this rate, I had my duties, but sometimes it seems like the three had just. His head snapped back up, and he glared at his granddaughter. What kind of plan was that, anyway? You were drawing fire to yourself from both ends. If Scaride's dagger didn't get you, Tofu's beam would have dissipated you just as surely. Aye, this is no time for heroics, Salmon. We're doing this to save ourselves, not lose more of our people. I understand. I don't understand, said Scaride, looking around the room. Plush red carpeting, oak shelves filled to the brim with ragged tomes, candles, bones, herbs, a desk littered with drafts of spells, but not a ghost in sight. I thought you said your friend the Hibiki was hurt. Where's Salmon? She should be here soon, said her counterpart, looking at the grandfather clock in the far corner. The healer glanced at the small rectangles of parchment tacked up all around the room. With all these wards set up, I don't see how any ghost's going to. The wards burst into flame. That must be her right now, said the assassin. If you'll excuse me, I'll leave you two alone. Wait, where are you going? I don't know. Yes, interrupted the killer, as she tossed a golden dagger to her brother. You might need this. Top top. That's it. She raised her arms above her head, touched her wrists together and vanished in a flash of crimson flame. Pardii, libera me de morditurna. That the Almighty had not fixed his canon against self-slaughter. William Shakespeare. Hamlet. The woman surveyed the room with timid eyes. No spectre yet, only the smoke still rising from the piles of ash that had been spirit wards, and the midnight tolling of the clock blending with the palpitations of her heart in a macabre rhythm. Under other circumstances, she might have found the beat quite danceable. As it was, she tried to ignore it, licked her lips, and focused her other senses on detection. Never had she been afraid of ghosts and boogeymen. They'd always been her friends, her playmates. Others feared them because they could not see them, and yet were affected by them. She loved them, and they loved her back, because she could see them, and affect them like no other could. In time, she'd learned that she could do more than touch and comfort, that she could actually heal, and that had earned her their respect. But that was in her world, her reality. This was a different one. A macabre mirror image where the one who bore her name would give the bardo a second death, and where she was not certain whether her patient would welcome her, or fear her. Whatever the case, she feared it. An unaccustomed tremor flashed down her back as she stood up straight and smoothed her vest. She was sure that she would feel better when she saw her visitor. And the spirit wards? Asked a small voice within her. She ignored it. It wouldn't be long, now. Maybe the ghost was shy. Or not. Scaride fixed her eyes on the door in front of her, and in only a few moments saw a copper face surrounded by luxuriant black hair melt through it. Hands followed, then arms, and after that the rest of the body, covered in an ornate robe of virginal white. When she was fully in the room, the entity merely stood, and looked at her. It was Fanon. The green eyes were unmistakable, the same as her realities, but where that one had liveliness, this one held a twinkling sadness in her emerald orbs. Her mouth, too, was different, a straight line instead of the perpetual mocking grin of the grown-up girl that Scaride was used to. Different, and yet the same. It was Fanon. Her other had not lied to her. You had hurt? She asked unnecessarily. She alone of her sisters could feel the pain of others, but ironically, not her own. The other Scarides were a blank slate to her, and the anguish this spirit felt was coalescing around her, an emotional miasma. Hurt? The question seemed to amuse the ghost. She raised her chin and put a finger to her temple in mock concentration. Yes, I suppose I am hurt. She looked straight at Scaride, and the mockery melted into accusatory anger. You of all people should know that. I'm sorry. That comment seemed to indicate that Fanon knew of her abilities. But this reality Scaride wasn't empathic, was she? Oh, you're sorry? Fanon's voice was crisp. I'm sorry, dear, but it won't do you much good. While she spoke, she had been slowly advancing, and now the faces of the two were almost touching. We have passed sorrow, or forgiveness. If you need healing, Scaride concentrated and raised her hand, intending to focus her key into it and the mending patterns. The shade sprang back. We need none of your healing, she hissed. The final death is not a cure, and no matter how much you may want it to be, being dead is not an illness. Don't you see? Like you, we wish to live, to see, to feel. For years you've been annihilating us, destroying our very essences, and those of our friends and lovers. Oh! The healer gulped as she ran her hand through her hair. Her white striped hair. She was in her sister's room, alone, and there was no reason for anyone to think that the assassin had a twin, so please believe me, I'm not that kind of person, and I'm not that kind of fool. Savannah looked away, a reflex from her living days when she would not have let her enemy see her cry. All this time we've borne it patiently, your slaughters, your hunts. There'd be complaints, but the three would say that what you did was to be tolerated. And so, we did. Even when you killed their envoy, my grandmother, I was forced to do nothing, for the word of the three is law. You would destroy, we would rebuild. That was the cycle. She paused and looked the healer in the eye. That was the cycle. Scaride licked her lips nervously. Now the setup was becoming painfully clear. She'd been a fool to fall for it. The assassin had somehow found out about this vengeful ghost. She planned to leave her here as cannon fodder, and then return to take Xanon by surprise, once the Shade thought she was dead. This was not good. Scaride had the golden dagger lying on the floor. I wouldn't do that, if I were you. The healer looked up. They wouldn't like it. They? Who's they? Xanon smiled. For as long as you played by the rules of your own game, we could do nothing. Now Alcan is gone slaughtered at her prayer. What? It surprises you that we know? Do not let yourself think that only because you can see ghosts, you know all of what is going on in graveyards, Gosankuji-san. Oh, yes, we know all about it, she taunted. We know how you dealt the killing blow, how you swung the dagger straight into her forehead while she was next to her own grave and before the one of her beloved. We know how you laughed, and how little you cared when you heard her final words, Ranma, Sumimasen. Deity. None will help you, now that you have broken their laws. Even the three will not be able to defend your actions. When you killed children twice, once living and once dead, you wince at the memory. Good. It makes it only that much more satisfying that you remember. I was beginning to fear that you would not. After all, what is one death among thousands? Yes, you might well cry. Don't bother trying to hide your tears. It's only fair that you should shed a few, after having caused so many yourself. Indeed, glistening drops were now rivulating down the healer's cheeks, but it was not for regret of her past misdoings, for she had none, nor was it from sorrow for her sister's malignment she had none to spare. Rather, it was for the grief of others that she loosed her tears. The same aura that she'd sensed before, the same ether of distemper had grown in intensity. It now felt like 1,000 minds all pressing heavily upon her own, exerting pressure on her skull and buffeting it with eddies of anger, fear and sadness. Sky doubled over the pain and grief were too much for her to take. From the corner of her eyes she noticed ghostly faces melting through the walls and floor, but it didn't surprise her. She'd been expecting them. A man's voice broke the silence. "It's appropriate that you wore white. You won't leave here alive." The sound was familiar. It fit, somehow. It seemed a part of her. Where had she? Scaride looked up, but her watery eyes turned the figure before her into a blur. After a few blinks, the image focused and coalesced into Tofu-chan. Scaride launched herself towards her husband, but he moved aside and only her hand grazed his gelatinous arm. Salmon snickered and looked at the doctor. "Is there something you're not telling us, Ono-sensei?" The glasses which Ono had chosen for his spectral form did not allow one to see the eyes behind them, and his face was expressionless. He turned towards Scaride. "Don't you ever call me that," he said, and waved his hand towards the assembled spirits. "Look around you. This is not the time for a mockery." The healer looked, but did not see. Her mind was elsewhere. In that brief moment when they touched, she had sensed his aura, and it was not the one she knew. Her husband's was a dark blue one that emanated feelings of nobility and strength. This one was the same, but corrupted. The blue was speckled with black, and the holes were filled with a grief that would have expanded and torn apart the last remnants of the pattern long ago, if it weren't for a binding of anger driven by hatred. There was love there, too, but it was a lost love, the remembered scarlet of a passion taken from him. Which meant Kasumi. She mumbled timidly, more an uttering of her thoughts than a formal question. Dr. Tofu turned silently away from her. Scaride bit her lip. "I will not live," she said. Still with his back to her, the doctor shook his head. Scaride scanned the room with her gaze. Around her was a mass of silent, fallen faces. Though they did not speak, their bodies said volumes. Their appearances were gloomy, haggard and bedraggled, each beggarly visage a reflection of their inner selves. When one can look as one wishes, appearances count. These people had been hurt. A lot. They had been driven to the point of assassination, to the point of taking a life when it was their own lost life that they valued above all other things. How could she deny them now their satisfaction? How could she dream of quelling their insurrection, of making them understand that she was not the one they sought, but her doppelganger from another world? Even if she managed to escape for the moment, they would hunt her down as her sister had them, and their pursuit would not end until their thirst for vengeance was quenched. So long as she lived, they would not pause long enough in their chase to listen to her explanations. "So long as I live," a thought ran through the healer's mind, which though at first seemed dismissively ridiculous, gained desirability with each moment that passed. She was one of them, but they would not believe her. They could not comprehend that one who looked as she did, that one who breathed, and whose sweat humidified the air could count herself among the bardo, even before her term of vivacity had expired. But if she were to shed that covering which dazzled, blinded and confused them, she could always convince them after she was dead. It's only flesh, after all. Her powers wouldn't dull, in fact, they might be heightened, and this way. I guess that Tofu-chan and I will have that second honeymoon a few decades ahead of schedule. Scaride raised her head, stood up straight and placed her hands at her sides. I'm ready, she told Shannon. The hibiki nodded and stepped aside, as did the doctor. The crowd of ghosts behind them also parted, opening up an impromptu tunnel to make way for a cloaked figure, the executioner. The hooded man walked forward with measured, heavy steps, stopping only when he was 2 paces away from his intended prey. Without a word, he reached inside his cloak and pulled a black strip from his waist, which he snapped into a rectangular blade and raised high above the healer's head. Snip, are you sure you want to go down, Scaride? Yes. It's such beautiful long hair, it seems like such a pity to cut it. Scaride sighed and closed her eyes. Why is it, she wondered, that no matter what reality you're in, and no matter what you ask for, no barber will think that you are qualified to choose your own hairstyle? She glared at the hairdresser's reflection in the mirror. I want it short. If I had wanted it long, I wouldn't have come. It takes time to grow. And apparently to cut, as well. Why? Scaride interrupted him. You want to know why? She asked, swiveling her chair to face him. Because I don't want to lose myself. Do you know what it's like to go around every day, seeing people who look exactly like you do? She looked Ikarugo Sankuji number sign 512 in the eye. Don't answer that. Let's just say I've had enough. Each day there's more of me, and each day I'm less recognized as an individual. Instead of saying, there goes the third Scaride, people glance and think, there goes another Scaride. I have to be me, myself. I have to have my name known, my wrath feared, and not be mistaken for that of some perverse double. Do you understand? The white-haired barber swallowed as he tried to ignore the crimson heat flames that had formed about his client. How short should I cut it, Go-Sankuji-san? The assassin smiled and turned her chair back towards the mirror, letting her nightlight spell dissipate. She couldn't tell him the real reason she'd been forced to change her appearance, but it seemed that her ad-lib explanation would work rather nicely. If she was lucky, he might even spread rumors. Mid-neck will be fine, she answered. Scaride barely felt the blade as it slid between her shoulders and her head, and it was only the sight of her face rolling on the ground in front of her and the sound of her body crumpling to the floor that let her know the deed was done. The sound of 1,000 ghosts cheering also helped. The late physician unclenched her now immaterial fists and raised her eyes to look at Shannon. Are you satisfied? she asked. Not quite. It was Tofu who spoke. Death is not a punishment. It is just a second form of life. Scaride started. Her Tofu-chan had said those self-same words to her upon their wedding night. Now, a second death. Shannon smiled and tapped her finger on her temple pensively. That is punishment. Wouldn't you agree, grandfather? No answer from the cloaked one. Oh, I forgot. You still have political difficulties with this, don't you? TSK. You, at least, should agree with me, assassin. I'm not the one you're looking for. No. I don't kill Bardo, I heal them. The crowd tittered, but Shannon waved them into silence. She pointed at the brass dagger lying on the ground, is not exactly a surgical scalpel. Scaride hung her head. It isn't mine. It's my sister's. You have no sisters. I'm not of this world. Shannon grinned. Not of this world, you say? No. This is not my reality. I couldn't agree more. In fact, her eyebrows narrowed. I'd say you don't belong here, Scaride. The assembly of ghosts cackled, but the healer ignored them. She looked up with hope in her eyes. You could send me back to my home? Of course. Hiroshi. Daisuke. Two boys stepped forward from the mass of specters. Don't you need sheep? Shannon gave a quick nod of the head, and the two boys seized the healer's arms. She struggled to break loose of their grip, but she was new to her form and inexperienced in its use, whereas they had channeled the bulk of their energy into their arms to keep her immobile. What are you doing? Let me go. I can explain You can explain nothing. The Hibiki woman's voice was cold as ice. You are the assassin, killer of the dead. Scaride does not belong among the Bardo. A roar of approval followed her pronouncement. You yourself have set the penalty for those who twist the boundary between the living and the dead. Yes. We are not hypocrites, said Tofu softly. Though you bend the very rules you have created, we will abide by them. You will be your own judge. After all, even a mass murderess has the right to a consistency trial. The ghost managed a weak smile. I'm not the one, said the healer weakly. My sister. She framed me. Still with the sister? A liar to the last. Shannon snorted. I'm disappointed in you. Usually, your deceptions are a lot more credible. Scaride closed her eyes and hung her head. It was clear that she could do no more to save herself. Those of us assembled here have all suffered some loss at your hands, and the passing of time has only caused the wounds to fester, turning grief into ire and desperation into a burning hatred. Tofu-chan and his prepared speeches, thought Scaride grimly. He always overdoes them. The doctor waited for the tide of approving nods and murmurs to subside before continuing. Were we to judge you on our own, acting only on our impulses, we would tear your body limb by limb and absorb the pieces in pea-sized morsels, one to a soul, to prevent its regeneration. But that would bring no satisfaction, only revenge. Instead, We'll trust that we are in the right and give you a more than sporting chance. This is your weapon." He pointed at the perbushels on the floor. "It is my sister's. It is your weapon. Many a time have I seen you channel energy into it, before plunging it into some spirit's chest. Tonight, we'll charge it up." He turned to his audience. "I ask you all to think of nothing but the basics of your loss, nothing, upon pain of exile, but the grief you felt when first this killer touched your second lives. Then describe. It is this aura built solely from the pain you've caused, and not from that which we of our own will have nurtured, that we will focus through the dagger. If it is strong enough, you are destroyed. If it is weak, you shall be hurt, but will recover." The healer looked up. The fight was gone from her eyes, and her face wore a defeated expression. "I am undone," she said. "That's the general idea," answered Shannon, and then motioned for the doctor to stand back. Hiroshi and Daisuke also stepped aside, still holding their prey's arms, and a channel cleared before and behind the healer. The black-cloaked executioner alone remained in the path. He picked the perbushels from where it lay and held it in the air, pointing it at Skiride's chest. When he let go of it, it stayed in place. "Remember," said Tofu, "nothing but that first, sharp pain." Skiride the third, soon to be the second, luxuriated in the darkness that surrounded her, for a time allowing herself nothing but to enjoy the feel of the water streaming down her front, hair and sides. The physicality of it all, the tingling of her skin where the shower's pressured teardrops fell was quite intoxicating in its own right, but it was the symbolism of the act that she took greatest pleasure in. She fumbled for a few moments, then found the bottle of liquid soap nestled in between the two water taps and squirted a generous portion into her cupped hand. Bits of shorn hair, dirt and oil were easily emulsified as she rubbed the gel over her exterior. This filth was the trappings of her old persona, overstained and overstrained, which she was ridding herself of today, while the cleanser. She smiled as she heard the sound of her sister being sucked down the collective's drain. An almost perfect analogy, really, thought the assassin as she gleefully continued to wash the doctor was a purifier, the means by which she was renewed, but in the end, only she survived, and the besmirched suds were left to the obliquity of an inadequate sewage system. Of course, it wouldn't do just to say she'd metamorphosed, or feel it, especially when there were 1,000 ghosts with her image deeply etched into their memories waiting to tear her apart limb by limb if she ever should return to her reality. Her appearance had to change. The old Skiride had to truly die if her plan was to come to aught. Besides which, it was a marvelous opportunity to rid herself of any trace of her goody-two-shoes double. It sickened her to think that to such dissimilar people, walking along different paths, could make so many of the same cosmetic choices, and that a casual observer could mistake one for one's antithesis. She would not now make the same mistake. After some more confused groping in the dark, Skiride located the bottle of shampoo and hair dye which she had brought with her and poured a bit into her hand. She lathered carefully, painstaking in her effort to remove any visual clue to her relationship with the healer. True, all the scribes in the collective had that same light streak in their hair, because it was the same magical accident with the same follicular side effects that had first allowed them to travel between realities. But she did not intend to be a scribe for much longer. Once she'd wait for the required period and thoroughly rinsed the foam from her head, she turned off the taps and stepped out of the shower cubicle, grabbing a towel and flipping on the light switch on her way out. She looked approvingly at the figure that coalesced in the mirror before her as her eyes adjusted to the brightness. Not bad. Not bad at all. Her skin was paler than her sister's, though darker than most of the other Bosankusis. She had an athletic frame, firmer, she noted with pride, than any of the other scribes, dark green eyes, and the assassin frowned. There was still one detail, one nagging defect. The dark lines beneath her eyes fairly screamed her lineage. That wouldn't do. It wouldn't do at all. She took a black paste from the makeup drawer of the bathroom cabinet and dipped her index finger in it, smearing the substance around each eye and teasing it into a diagonal pattern. There. The woman smiled at her unfamiliar reflection. Scribe had truly disappeared. Tofu watched with morbid interest as the Wanderer drew the dark energy from those around him and channeled it into the assassin's mystic dagger. It was, in its own way, a beautiful sight. Tendrils of spiritual blackness were surging from each bardo like the curled legs of a spider drenched in boiling water. There was a movement to them, a fluid flow that led straight to Ryuga in a cobweb of communal depression. The Wanderer himself was standing straight, his eyes closed and his brow furrowed in concentration, and from his outstretched hands a perfect beam of ki energy extended towards the levitating per-bushels. The weapon changed the energy it fed on into something else, apparently, for it glowed an emerald green as it was charged. The brilliant color matched the bonds of its construction well. A beautiful sight indeed, and made more pleasing by the obvious agony of the intended victim. She was struggling to loose herself from her captor's grip, but they were far more powerful than she, and whenever her eyes hit upon the face of one of the bardo, she would shrink back as if struck. Could it be that seeing the righteous pain of those she'd wronged frightened her? Could it be that she knew she had been wrong, that she knew the judgment had been made and the verdict was doom? Nothing could bring Kasumi back, but at least now no one else would have a loved one taken away in that fashion, and there was the matter of base satisfaction. Bestial revenge had its own attraction, especially after what Scribe had done tonight. She had deliberately imitated Kasumi. Why? He didn't know for certain. To mock him? To gain his favor? All he knew was that it had fueled an already existing anger into a rage which he had not known himself capable of harboring. Even now, her eyes were focused on him with a sickening puppy dog expression. Her eyelids were bulging slightly from holding in tears, her eyebrows were drawn slightly down, and her lips were just slightly apart, exactly how Tofu imagined Kasumi looking at him in his nightmares. A ghost can choose to sleep, and it was willingly that he bore those dismal dreams, since it was only in that fashion in which he could see his former wife, the ethereal wish-son of one who was himself not entirely real. The doctor frowned. If she was trying to get him to halt the execution by playing on his feelings, it wasn't going to work. As the glow of the dagger reached a peak, he circled away, bowing his head. Shishihagon. He heard the fatal cry, but did not turn to see. The shout was followed by a millisecond silence, after which a single scream exploded to encompass the room. A sizzling sound joined it briefly, like that of a water droplet on a red-hot griddle. And when that faded, the other was gone as well. For a moment, nothing, then the clang of the metal dagger dropping onto the hardwood floor signaled the end. It was finished. The wanderer didn't wait for acclamation. He walked away, going past the doctor and dissolving into invisibility before reaching the door. Tofu swiveled and looked, now, but saw only corpo et capita. He stooped to pick up the molten lump which the per bushels had become, then turned to Zenon, trying to hold back his tears. Kasumi is avenged. Hikarubo Sankuji number sign 212 was just about to lift a ladle to his lips when he was interrupted by a knock at the kitchen door. He reluctantly replaced the instrument in the pot, wiped his hands on his apron, turned down the heat and undid the deadbolt to let in his guest. The intruder was a slightly battered-looking number sign 220, who was gripping his right index finger with his left hand. "Do you know where Scarite is?" he asked. "Which one?" "The doctor." He undid his fist and let the cook look at his finger, which was bleeding. "One of the sheep bit me. Can't you take care of it yourself? Here, I'll lend you a napkin." "What if it's rabid?" 212 frowned. "Can sheep be mad?" "I'm sure it was mad," answered 220. "If it hadn't been angry, it wouldn't have attacked me." "True," conceded the cook. "Besides which, I was trying to get it into the bath when it grew violent." "Into the bath?" "Yes. I failed to see the con." 212 paused as a thought suddenly struck him. Biology wasn't his forte. He usually saw animals only when they were skinless and compliant, but he seemed to remember something in an old-school text of his. "You do have reason to worry. If it was afraid of water, then it has hydrophobia." "My point precisely. You don't have any idea where the doctor could be?" "Sorry, not a clue. However, I did see Psycho Girl heading for the registry a few minutes ago." "Psycho Girl? You mean 3? Who else?" "The young one." "None. She's only strange. She'll be a lot more than that if she continues hanging around 3 as much as she does. That woman scares me. You, and the rest of us. So, the registry, then?" 212 nodded. "Why would she want to go there?" The cook shrugged. "Maybe she finally got herself a proper sheep and wants to enroll it. I don't know. In any case, she probably knows where her sister is, and this situation of yours is rather urgent, so." "I see. Thank you." 220. "Any time," said the cook, turning back to his pot. "By the way, if you do meet the doctor, Remind her to be on time for dinner. We're having her favorite lamb stew. Meanwhile, Scaride was trying to squeeze her away through a large flock of sheep that was blocking the entrance to the registrar's office. Excuse me. Excuse me. Bah. So sorry. Excuse me. After several dozen animals, she paused. Why? She asked herself. Am I apologizing to sheep? She resumed her trek in efficient silence, and a few kicks and headbutts saw her just outside the registry door. It seemed she'd evacuate, since someone else was currently with the registrar. Scaride put her ear against the door and tried to listen. Unfortunately, the sheep made far too much noise for her to make out anything intelligible. Exasperated, she took an empty package of mutton jerky out of her pocket and looked into it, making exaggerated motions to indicate her disappointment at having run out of the snack. Then she looked at the sheep. Her hand wandered to the purponet's holster at her side. The sheep grew quiet. With a smile, Scaride resumed her now unimpaired eavesdropping. Why do you need so many? Asked a voice from within. The registrar, if she was not mistaken, for the progress of magic. His client. These quantum sheep experiments are very animal intensive. Yes, I'm aware of that, but did you have to give them all names? Now I can't just automate the spell, I have to ink each one in by hand. But 105, they all have such distinct personalities, you see. Distinct? Every number is distinct. 239. Just you try. Fleecy number 1, fleecy number 2, fleecy number 3. Count upwards from 1, and you'll never meet the same number again, so why couldn't you just have, excuse me? Scaride chose this moment to open the door and make herself known. There's something rather important I have to, The sheep, having seen the door open, were now making a beeline to their beloved shepherd. Sorry, said the registrar, looking at the animals nervously. No time now. I have to. He was interrupted by a flash of blue flame which suddenly filled the room. For a second, as if she were standing in front of a funhouse mirror, Scaride saw a distorted image of herself and the quantum sheep researcher, and then the vision and the light were gone. So were the sheep. Stampede! Shouted the registrar. The researcher shouted nothing at all, because he was too busy being borne aloft on the backs of the mobile ovines. 105 ran out after the fleeing flock, and Scaride was left alone. Wondering what magical mishap had caused the blue flame, and hoping it wasn't a malfunctioning ledger, she went over to the large book that was sitting open on the office's desk. It wasn't just any book, it was the book. Early on in the history of the collective, it had been recognized that it was extremely awkward to engage in social activities with a group of several dozen people who all looked, talked, and dressed alike, and had the same name. At first they took to wearing name tags, saying, "Hi, I'm Number," but these were not without their problems. Quite apart from looking silly, They tended to get lost or misplaced. Individuals would forget their own numbers, and the sheep were also fond of eating the brightly colored mini placards. The situation was quite exasperating, and after a few rather confusing parties it was decided that a magical solution was in order. This is when the ledger had been created. Into this book were entered the name, number and other relevant statistics of every Bosankuji in the collective and their sheep. The magic it was imbued with made it so that any entry made into it would instantly be imprinted in the minds of all the collective, so that everyone knew everybody else's number on sight. It was to this tool that Scaride the Third now turned to complete her transformation. She was pleased to see that the quill and specially prepared ink she needed were already out. For once, she actually owed the sheep a favor. The assassin turned to the appropriate page, dipped the feather in the black liquid, and frowned. She put the pen down and picked up a second file correction fluid. With the attached brush, she carefully dabbed out the word Scaride 3 in her entry, and once the excess liquid had dried, wrote in her new name Sicari. She always did have a flair for the dramatic. She thought Sicari came from the Latin sicarium, for assassin. She chuckled to think that the very ghosts who thought they'd killed her had furnished the name for her new self. Scarcely had she set the quill down when the door cracked open. It was 220. Sicari, he asked, do you know where the doctor is? The assassin smiled. The spell had already begun to take effect. The Bosankuji Collective's dining hall was a huge construction, roughly in the shape of an elongated horseshoe and decorated in the European Gothic style. There was a pair of enormous wood and iron doors taken from a cathedral in one of the more war-torn dimensions. It was rumored, at the front of the hall, and apart from that only 2 or 3 small servants' entrances leading in from the kitchen. Massive oak tables filled the room, and at each of these sat 24 individuals on equally heavy wood and wicker chairs. One would have thought that in such an environment, with several hundred people eating dinner at once, and with a ceiling height that was only possible because of the Citadel's peculiar physics, it would be impossible for one person to drown out the sound from all other conversations. When one deals with the collective, one should expect the impossible. At this very moment, Hikaru Bosankuji number sign 242 was monopolizing the table talk by speaking so loudly that anyone else was unable to get a word in edgewise, or diagonally, or following the real projection of a hypergeometric trajectory. He'd drawn down about rampagging sheep and how the quantum sheep program could eventually breed all such tendencies out of them for eons, completely oblivious to the fact that all around him were furtively hoping that the stampede which he so much talked about, and which had not yet been caught, would burst through the front doors and carry him off. The young girl next to him was particularly annoyed by his verbosity, since she had a new acquisition which she wanted to show off. She got her chance when the servers arrived with the dinner rolls. The instant 242 bit into one, she tossed a lilac bubble at his throat. "Look at what children brought me from Tibet," shouted Scaride while her neighbor tried to perform the Heimlich maneuver on himself and extricate the piece of bread from his contracted esophagus. "What is it?" asked the other Bosankushis at the table. They saw 242 pointing at his throat and making gagging noises, but ignored him and paid attention to little Skachan, since she'd done what they'd privately wished to do themselves all along. "Is it the clothes?" they asked. She was wearing a blue shirt made in the old Chinese fashion, with lotus emulet beads in bronze instead of the usual hooks. "Millimeters nodded Scaride. "But she brought me something else, too. Here. Look." The girl took a bundle from her lap and undid the purple cloth which it was wrapped in, revealing an ornately carved dagger. There were general remarks of admiration, and honest ones. Even 242, who by now had managed to free himself of his elementary obstruction, chimed in with praises of the piece. The blade was of iron and triangular, inlaid with stylized snakes. The hilt was made of bronze, with 3 boars' heads arranged symmetrically at the bottom and the grip consisting of 2 almost closed loti touching each other's petals, topped by a complicated wicker-like arrangement of lines. Finally, the copper pommel was in the shape of a Chinese lion's head. The craftsmanship of the weapon was exquisite, and it was agreed by all that Scaride was lucky indeed to have a friend who would bring her such a lovely gift. "Where's Dr. Oni-san?" she asked, after everyone had examined the object. "I want to show it to her." "You don't know, then?" asked 155, arching an eyebrow. "It's been all the news today. We think she's lost." "Lost?" A few of those present nodded, while the rest, who apparently hadn't heard the news either, began to murmur quietly. "No one's seen her for half the day, and they found a burnt sheet just outside her office." Number sign 115 threw his head back in disgust. "That's just like her," he said. "I've told her time and time again, if she needs to travel, she should consult me. She may be a skilled healer, but her travel magic is—" He was cut off by little Scaride. "A burnt sheet?" Skachan frowned. She didn't remember her sister saying anything about travel. "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. What do you think is in the stew?" "She must have had an emergency call. Even in an emergency, she should—" The front doors to the hall opened magically and slammed against the side walls, and the assembly tittered when they recognized the new arrival. Or thought they recognized her. "Security," whispered Scaride. The assassin was standing in the doorway in a black bodysuit, dragging a nervous-looking 220 with her left hand, and a bundle wrapped in a blanket with her right. She did not look happy. "Glad you could make it to dinner," said Five, one of the eldest Gosankushis. He had never been impressed by her theatrics. "Shouldn't you wash up first?" he asked, pointing at the diamonds around her eyes. "I think you have something on your face." Security ignored him, let go of her companion and walked to where her sister was sitting. She tossed her package into the middle of the table, upsetting a few bowls of stew in the process. A few people were upset, as well, but they were silenced with a look that could kill a tadpole at 10 paces. When they looked to 220 for help or an explanation, he merely looked at his shoes and shuffled his feet. Little Scaride glanced at the bundle, then at her sister. Sakari's face was unreadable as she nodded in assent to the unspoken question. With some hesitation, Scaride undid the knot in the blanket and screamed as she saw her own severed head looking up at her. All over the hall, Hikaru sprang from their seats and rushed to the child, while others began to chatter in loud voices. Sakari silenced them all with a wave of her hand. She pointed to the head. "The ghosts did that to her," she said. "The woman accidentally sent herself to my reality, and they slaughtered her." Silence. The assassin's hatred of spirits was well known, and it had always been thought unfounded. But this incident was forcing the Gosankujis to eat their words. The noise continued to be at a minimum as the shock settled in, and the only audible sounds were those of little Scaride's hyperventilation and Sakari's steady footsteps as she began her exit. When she passed her little sister, she noticed the dagger lying next to the head, and smiled. "You can kill ghosts with that, you know," she whispered to the petrified girl, then walked out of the room. The doors slammed shut behind her, and it seemed an eternity before their reverberation ended. The spirit rose as the sun set, eager to begin her nightly perambulation. It was only at this time that she could recapture some of her lost life, that she could feel that she existed in some form. To go out in the daytime was too painful. The sunlight showed too much. It revealed everything that was, while concealing her. It was when night set in, when the deceiving drapery of darkness clouded mortal sight, when all men were ghosts and scenery an evanescent function of the street lamps, discs of artificial light, that the gap between her immateriality and the tangibility of substance narrowed most. Only then could she bear to walk among the living, with which she no longer belonged. She started floating out from her memorial, but was startled by the appearance of two shining lilac orbs in the shadow of a crypt beside her. The darkness parted slowly as she watched, eventually melting off completely to reveal a girl decked in red and black, with a white streak running down the middle of her long brown hair. "My name is Gosankuji Scaride," she said, "but you may call me Death. And SKURIDEXTRM asterisk chapter 18 asterisk Terror Dark Slapstick by 4CW64 There are few who deny out loud I do. I am the best and my talents are renowned far and wide. When it comes to surprises in the moonlit night I excel without ever even trying. With the slightest little effort of my ghost-like charms I have seen grown men give out a shriek. With a wave of my hand, and a well-placed palm I have swept the very bravest off their feet. DANNY Elfman soft and firm, the flesh. How still it lies. So odd that only breeze, an outside draft should ruffle the cloth atop her epidermis. So odd that in my own arm all the movements should be coming from within, not from me. The parasites are on the go again, removing my attention from the pile of meat in front of me. They demand my time, demand my notice. Nothing from outside could touch me, no outside force, but, ah, there they are. Look at the pretties, they're on my wrist. Up and down pulses the vein. I can feel them swimming through my deoxygenated blood, can even see them clearly. As they stumble from branch to branch, turning back whenever they hit a too narrow capillary. They're trying to get out, but they will learn. My blood vessels are a closed system, and there is nowhere they can run to, nowhere to escape to. They decided they were going in, and there they are. They've made a decision, they can't turn back. And neither can I. We are much the same, these worms and I, both navigating as best we can through the channels open to us. All our work, all our thoughts apart from food and procreation are one thing, preparation. They nibble at my insides, putting a wall here and another there, breeding in sensitive places so that when they die, so will I, their host, and lot of me. What is my goal? A particularly strong gust of wind tosses up a corner of the fallen sheet, and two large eyes are suddenly upon me, two large, wet eyes with an expression that can be interpreted as childish curiosity. You want to know? It wants to know. But do I want to tell? Do I want to pain? It's nearer to my heart this time. They dig, they eat, and oh, just stop. Just leave and tell. I see. You want to know. You also ask me. Food is not enough. You must have information. Well, then, you've heard, I'm sure, of other men, of other cardiovascular systems. There are millions, billions on this earth, but you're trapped. You cannot leave my body to see those others. Not unless I were to set up a transfusion between myself and some unfortunate, or manually place HRM. Well, think now, for a moment, that we men are like yourselves. Think that we crawl within a body cosmological, surrounded by uncountable others which are nonetheless unreachable, and then suppose that one man, in one family, had found a way to breach these walls. One worm among all the others had grown fangs, and could invade whatever corpse he would. That was my grandfather, my grandfathers, all the many hundreds of them, for just like all human bodies have the same basic type of cells, the same general organs, so each world repeats its residence, in slightly varied form. Oh, here, my dear, a stroke. Let me just pull this cloth around your neck, like so. Ah, yes, that's better, and oh, you must not look at me like that. I know you hate this talk of worms. I know how much you were disgusted when I first showed my little house guests to you. But oh, what's that? You will complain no more. I thought that'd be the case. So, where was I? Oh, yes. My fear. My one and only terror. So you see. Where is that knife? My grandfather and some of his descendants, even some of me, though I myself am not thus blessed, were able to. Oh, here it is. Slice through the space-time cloth, to rip out from their casings. And so one of them did, and came to me. just like it stings. It stings, sting, done. The slice is done. Now just you wait, soon we'll continue. Phase 2. Bandage. Bandage. Ah, here you are. What a vile little creature you seem to be, all weak and floppy, just like I was. Stopping blood is easy. There. Now just some tape above the patch. I would use plastiskin, but Kirstona makes it. Anyhow, you see how large I am. Look, just how I can hold you with my thumb and forefinger. It's different on the other side, isn't it? And you, there, on the ground, look closely. Yes. But that's enough. I just wanted to show you. I want to show you what will happen if you trust a woman too much, if you let her into your confidence. I want to show you that everything we do or don't has consequences. Bad ones. Always. Bad for someone. Now, don't rise. You listen, and stay still. As I told you, so was I told, by number sign 2993, and he showed me. For a while, he spoke to me, and gave me counsel. I followed his suggestions, but there came a time when I wavered. I wriggled. But then he pressed tighter. Why should I do as you say? I asked him. Why should I follow your orders, and lead a fool to greatness? Oh, but he showed me. Infuriated, he tore not just one, but two passages through the ages. He led me to where he had come from. It was a dark land with a red sky. There were dead bodies in the streets, zombies in the fields, and fearful half-men peeking out of every house. We walked through layered graves, past rubbled skyscrapers, burned down farms, and finally came to a castle on a hill. Tall spires, twanted gates, monstrous guards, but what caught me most was the village at its base. It was purgatory. It was hell. It was home. I knew the people there. I knew my teachers, fellows, grocers, and there they all were still, but subtly changed. They had been broken. Figuratively and literally they had been crushed. Some had no arms, some had no hands, all had no souls. And what was worse, he could not stop me when I went my usual way, when I walked through changed familiar corridors and ended up in my house, my room, my dungeon. Never could I not what I saw there. I couldn't. The faces, the things they kept. They reached at me, and grabbed, and they were not all there, all here. They did not belong there, and neither did I. This is where the path of weakness leads. Number sign 2993 warned me. This is where you'll end if you decide that you want beauty, art and poetry. But that is what the fool is after, was my counter. He replied he did not want the fool. The world did not want such a thing, but what it wanted, what it needed was that someone should fall, that I might rise, that I might hold the power and protect, and fend off that which his own land it had become. He told me what had happened at great length, illustrating his points with roadside displays, a grisly walking tour. He taught me that I could afford no kindness, if it would lead me to straight from the appointed lane. The slightest misstep landed one in an inverted fairyland, with malevolent sprites distorting all you cared for, all you loved. Ruthlessness was the only way. Temporary discomforts for some, in exchange. Not for future pleasures. The world is not so kind, but for sidestepping the pit at my society, at our society, he corrected himself, was headed towards. You lying there, you think you're fine, and you in my hand, you think hardly at all. The ugliness and cunning which assaulted me there are more than a match for your imagined beauty and lack of wit. And what had precipitated the disaster? What had been the cause of this which I saw and could never, must never, would never allow you encroach upon my world, my realm, my reality? Yes, you guessed. But then, you cheated. Yes. A parasite, a foreigner, hiding for many years on an undetectable island, floating from port to port, gathering forces and supporters. His allies were like yours, worms within the veins of high society, moving up and down, in and out, feeding not themselves, but him, or her, or whatever it was that monster decided to call itself. It waits. A magical foe with centuries of experience, and hate to fuel its army. Concentrated evil met with widely dispersed good, and the result? Oh, poor dear. I'd wipe the tears from your cheek if you still wept. Why? Yes, in that case the outcome is always destruction, utter and complete. Mental, spiritual, economic, physical. Might overwrite, and so it stayed. Number sign 2993. I watched helpless as this happened. He could not intervene in any way that would be full, so he observed, took notes, and then found a reality, a body cosmic similar to his where the event had not yet taken place, and entrusted preparation for it to his doppelganger. What could I do? You are nosy, aren't you? But then you always did have such a cute and buttony little thing there, between your eyes. But there's really so much more between your eyes now, isn't there? I told you to stop fidgeting. No wriggling, or I'll toss you into a candle flame. A candle, and its flame. I had almost forgotten. The foreign parasite, the fiend for whose arrival I must prepare. How will I crush him? He has monsters on his side, that much I saw, and in the ruins there were tanks, and planes, and aircraft carriers. Not to mention his accomplices. With those last, I can deal, for forewarned is forearmed, and I too can crawl through a foreign host's vital passages. My dear, my beloved, my hated wife, what do you think she is? Correct. A way to keep tabs on those lovely coronets. Aren't they dears, the betrayers? But their thick necks aren't much sweet to taste. One of these days I'll send them a present, a good hemp slip knot. Too bad the invaders' armies aren't as easy to dispose of. No normal human could survive their onslaught. So I will not send a normal human against them. I will breed my own, tailor-made, heightened strength, inhuman endurance, ability that increases under torture, and especially an inability to fear and immunity to terror. And why? because terror drives. It has driven me. It has driven you. And it has driven many others to insanity and back. Poor Sakun. Rich tofu. But you, I've spoken far too much. It's late. I'm tired. I must sleep. To bed with me. But first to bed with you. You heard it all, did you not? You heard what I said, a good bedtime story. The best. Oh, dear Lizzie, your braids are always in the way. Let me part them. Here, over again, and oh, there it is. That hole between your eyes, if I can just. Are they still there? I was sure that let me try with my index finger. Tissue, bone, the frontal lobe. No, there they are. Oh, yes, my pretties. Worm, go join your siblings. Ah, no more writhing. What a dear. Perhaps you sense a mate within my former mistress, HRM. I'm sure her head is full of special memories for you to burrow through. But please be quick, because she rots, you know. And that reminds me. Dial the phone. Aridu? Kayutha here. I am afraid that Miss Fields has passed away. A deadly parasite reached her brain. I tried to operate on an emergency basis, but they bred too prolifically. I wonder if you could. An hour? I'll wait. For, after all, what is a mere 60 minutes when one has such pleasant company? But who here could ever understand that the Pumpkin King with the skeleton grin would tire of his crown if they only understood he'd give it all up if he only could? DANNY Elfman and Asterisk Chapter 19 Asterisk Vision Prologue. Somewhere in central Japan, 2087, the boy took a few steps forward, and filled the mirror with his image. Combed brown hair and a tidy ponytail framed a face which wore a carefully rehearsed stoic expression. He had to show that he was not weak, like his brother, that he could endure, that he could survive, and facial expressions were ever so important, as Sukun often reminded him. If he didn't get them right, his skin paled as he lost control and allowed an eyebrow to relax slightly. Were that seen, he'd blank your mind, Sable. He looked inside himself, and saw a few thoughts moving through his field of consciousness. Tests, experiments, trials, and training. Always training. He had to, of course. If he was to be strong, he had to learn how to forget. He had to rid himself of all the useless organic instincts, and not flinch away from pain, or avert his eyes from light, or... There it was. There was the feeling that was causing so much trouble. Always the same one. The same useless mental vagabond that locked his neural pathways and distracted him. It would tease and pull at his conditioning, trying to weaken it, to soften it, to perhaps make him laugh at a joke, or feel pity towards one of the mutilated orphans on those war videos he was often shown. Of course, whenever he tried to pinpoint it and eliminate it, it would laugh at him, and run away faster than he could catch it. Ironic. He had all the strength he could wish for, all the brute power, but his brother, that failure that crept and whined and led a life of softness, that creature that was not deemed worthy to even know of his existence. He had all their father's speed, and more, and he would have no trouble going to this monster. Why? He'd asked Sukun about that once, and she'd cleared it up for him. Or had she? Sable shook his head, and put his hand on his forehead. So hard to remember sometimes. Memories just came and went, never permanent. It was so much easier to hear the truth from the directors, or from movies. But, yes, she had told him. He remembered now. Your half-brother is fast, that much is true, she had admitted. Half-brother. I must keep that in mind. Always. And he has other talents. But he only uses them to run away from things, never to face them. If he is hurt, he cries. If he bleeds, he screams. And if he experiences pain, he is strengthened. He'd cried, finishing the first chant he had ever learned. Executresco Sunkuzi had slapped him, then. He is not. You are not the same, you and he. He was the first, an experiment. You are the finished product. He is a nuisance, you are a warrior. You, Sable, must stand to your enemies, and never back down, never let them know that you are capable of weakness. And the only way you can be sure of that is, she waited for his answer. By being strong. Incorrect. Die. Die. He'd forgotten the right answer, and she had to prompt him. Strength in itself is not enough. You must be free of weakness. I see. Think. What causes weakness? Pity. Among other things. Reacting. Reacting to what? It is, after all, good to react to my commands, is it not? Hi. You are nearly there. Reacting to. Think of it this way. What is the most perfect profession, Sable? That of the soldier. Correct. And what is the perfect soldier? He who obeys. And does what else? Not else. Correct. He must not be deterred from his objective, regardless of the consequences to himself. Only then will he find strength. Remember that always, Sable. Yes, Gosankuji Sensei. Pain is bliss. Pain is bliss. Endurance is the only thing to pride yourself on. Endurance. Endurance is right. And her eyes had narrowed. Emotions are a weakness. Emotions are a weakness. Tell me, Sable, in all the natural kingdom, what is that with the least emotions? Stone. And what is the strongest substance? Stone. That, too, keep in mind. You must be a stone soldier. Unwavering, unfeeling, taking joy only in the accomplishment of your mission. As the sword is made more powerful through being tempered, so must you be. Understood? He had understood. His half-brother could run away from problems. He was good at that, but it was up to him, as the finished product of the project, to save their family's honor. Their fathers, his mothers. He had been deprived of anything that would entice him to flee from confrontation, because he would not be stopped. He would destroy his enemies, like this one before him. He concentrated once again on the battlefield of his mind, and saw his opponent clearly. Fear. The grinning golem was more bold this time, because it knew what Sable was about to go through. It knew that today was the decisive testing, and that all of the stone soldier's future depended on the results. And so it didn't run away. That was its fatal mistake. The boy projected an avatar into his inner space, swathed in his mother's uniform. The monster bared its teeth, confident in its triumph as it tugged at his conditioning, straining it, almost to the point of breaking, and just as it was about to snap, the spatula swung down and cleaved it in two, causing it to vanish. Sable smiled, and willed his knight to disappear. He had triumphed. The creature would bother him no longer. Not for today, at any rate, and that was what mattered. The eyebrow shifted back into its prepared position, and he smoothed the last few wrinkles out of his blue school uniform. Sable heard the director's door swing open, and a familiar voice call out, "Director Ono will see you now." He pivoted flawlessly on the heel of a polished black dress shoe. "I am ready." GISION quotes, "Sometimes a traumatic experience can alter your perception. FROM The Frighteners, Liberanimus, De Profunduliu, Northeast Cadantan Obscurum. Requiem aeternam doniais, Domen, et lux perpetua luciadis." FROM The Requiem Mass, Office of the Director Ono Corp Sable Site. 2087, "You summoned me, sir?" "Yes." Director Tanaro Ono swung on his seat to face the newcomer. It always impressed him to see the boy. Only 10 years old, or was it 11, now? And yet so controlled, so imposing. Not like Raraku at all. This one was full of confidence. Every ounce of his body exuded not certainty, per southeast, but lack of doubt. Not to mention his other attributes. His mother's sense of responsibility, his father's endurance. He'd better have it, and more, after all we've done to make sure of it. But, the obedience. That was all theirs. Gosankuji was very good at indoctrination, and the thick half-Yabiki skull of her subject had been especially receptive. A good thing, too, considering the nature of his abilities, which they were going to test today, fully, for the first time. "I am ready, sir." The boy was unreadable. They'd taught him well. Excellent. He gave 2 nods. "Hokoriko, Sakun. You may begin." His wife and assistant stepped from his side, and walked a few steps before stopping and pulling out their tossers. Sable looked ahead impassively, and waited. A321 Kunyu Hall, 2093 White Moonbeam snuck into the room past the half-open window and onto Childra's face, turning her teary eyes into tailored miniatures of the stars outside. A slight breeze ruffled the drapes and brushed a few dark strands across her forehead, but her only reaction to the cold was to bring the comforter up past her shoulders. It had been a busy day. Much was changing. In a short time, she'd gone from lonely and quiet to, well, how could she best describe it? It had probably started with her research trips to cemeteries. She saw in the spirits reflections of herself solitary, Constantly bemoaning the failures of their past, she'd felt sorry for them, and resolved that she'd never join them. Never again. She would help the sorry ghosts, and comfort them, but it would be as one of the living. That resolution had paid off unexpectedly. She was now respected by the dead, and even had developed valued friendships. Neville, Ken. They, too, had shown her the importance of not hiding within herself. For some things, later was too late. Then, university. It had been quite a surprise to find that she was actually attractive, and even more of one that she'd enjoyed receiving those attentions. Now she found people envying her outwardness, her assertiveness, the attributes she'd always seen in others, and never in herself. So many changes. Her companion moaned slightly and, still asleep, tried to pull back some of the blanket. Childra turned her head towards the hibiki, grinning. When they'd met, it seemed like they would never be able to find common ground. One was a quiet student, trying to earn her first degree, the other the swashbuckling head of the department. They'd managed, somehow, and now, her career was going to receive a jump start. Her own project hadn't been approved yet, true, but just the thought of being able to go on a jump before her doctorate. There had been a time where she'd been thrilled even to set foot in a historic town, a time when she had never dreamed that she would ever be anything but meek and studious, and now it was her dreams that took her back there, to where the metamorphosis that now concluded had begun, gently covering her eyes with the sand of sleep and transporting her back to Shiotari Central High School. 2087. Children looked through the dusty glass of the schoolroom window, taking in the sights of Shiotari. In the distance, green hills poked lazily out of a cool gray mist, the treetop cover being broken occasionally by the red roof of a temple. Closer to her, she could make out bathers at the riverside, and even a few couples picnicking on the grassy slopes surrounding the main residential area. Here, on the edge of Hakusan National Park, modern civilization had yet to arrive. Neither the cultural nor the technological changes of the last 100 years had seemed to have left much of an impression. Everything was just as it was in the late 20th century. Kunu's legacy was only visible in the currency, and even that was a partial triumph, since the townsfolk, young and old alike, always referred to their money as yen. An old man in a nearby alley caught her eye, as he stepped boldly forward on his afternoon promenade. His short and wrinkled frame, though worn, had an ability about it seldom seen these days, and complemented the architecture of the area perfectly. All the buildings were in the traditional style, and even the new ones were no taller than 4 stories, by law. It sent a thrill through her to be this close to the past, to be immersed in a culture that should by all means have disappeared after the revolution. She was a historian at heart, and to be allowed to go to school here was simply, Jansen, are you listening to me? Awful. Simply awful. The sights were wonderful, and she loved exploring the surroundings on her own, but to have to deal with teachers like him. Hi, Jansai-sensei. She was listening, not paying attention, but listening, as a mouse will listen for a talk. He looked at her in silence. She hated these moments. She couldn't look away, for fear of punishment, and to look into his eyes. Into his eyes. Half a dozen years ago, the story goes, he'd lost one of them in an automotive accident, and since then he'd been supplied with a cybernetic replacement. Machinery covered half his face, The prosthetic was a cheap model that didn't even bother to disguise the metal or wire pathways, and lots should have been a globe, a sphere, or something even vaguely human was instead a telescoping lens. A lens which now extended towards her, scanning, sending deity knew what information to his mind. What was he looking at? Her heat sags, muscle twitches, brain waves, or her body. Rumors ran around the school, saying that the man had plucked out his own eye just so he could have a nanocorp replacement and gaze at his female students' forms. Children instinctively put her arms across her bosom and crossed her legs, trying to hide what she could, and knowing that it was impossible, knowing that it was futile even to speculate what was being shown and what was not. He knew what he wanted to find out, he would, with that eye of his, and what he wanted, no one knew. Perhaps, he spoke, cold and distant, you could explain to us the effect of 20th century literature on modern writers. She tailed, and he smiled, half revealing yellowed teeth. The face drew closer. HMM? It asked. Or did it? Maybe it was just the purr of a machine. Aye, according to Marcus, whom we had just discussed. I can't. You know what this means. I don't. Yes, I do. The field. The isolation field was an impenetrable energy barrier, seldom used by other teachers, but which Jansai gave out to his students like breadcrumbs to pigeons. No. The teacher grinned, sunlight reflecting off his lens. It seems you are about to find. Office of the Director Nanocorp Sable Site, 2087 Sire. The subject has been connected to the monitoring apparatus. Taimonji Chashika stood somewhat uneasily in the middle of the room, the occasional nervous shiver sending ripples coursing down his ample, aged sides. Odd, thought Tanaro. What could be worrying him? Taimonji was in charge of power allotment for the Sable site. They were on a tight budget, in that respect, if not monetarily. Secrecy and the need for independence for the underground bunker from the main lines had forced them to work on a shoestring energy budget. So far, everything had run smoothly. Or had it? Today's tests involved high-powered, concentrated radiation. What about the shielding? In place. You're sure he'll be? You're sure we'll be safe? If these walls can't contain him, sire, nothing can. And I can vouch for the radiation. Good. Something didn't seem quite right. Oh. The shielding was fine, the electrodes were secured, but he still looked drawn out, and pale. Almost like it was Sunkuji quite the feat, considering he weighed as much as that whole family put together. You look worried, Taimonji. Is something the matter? No. Of course not. He was lying. Through his teeth. Tanaro sweetened the tone of his voice and put his arm around the technician. After all, even the bitterest of teas could be made to yield a pleasant flavor, if mixed with enough saccharin. Is something concerns you, engineer? Surely you may tell me. But he swallowed and wet his wrinkled lips, trying to bring moisture to a mouth that had long gone dry. Am I not your friend, as well as your employer? The words flowed like corn syrup off his tongue, and every one of them was insincere. Ono didn't like to make a habit of deception, but if there was a problem with the Sable program, oh of course, Director Ono. Well, what is it then? Ichashiku looked down, and twiddled his fingers. Are all those tests the energy ones? I mean, are they really necessary? Necessary? For years they've been planning this, and now, at the 11th hour, he had doubts. Someone must have been planting ideas in his head. Of course they're necessary. Tanaro let go of his charitable facade along with Daimonji's neck. You know that unless Sable's in pain, he's not nearly strong enough to be of use to us. A slight exaggeration. But why settle for Ryuga 0.9 when they could act 2.0? Us? Curse him. If he continued along that train of thought, Chashiku would make himself very expendable, very quickly. Naivete and intelligence were often a deadly combination. The military. I meant the military. Yanocorp is a peaceful organization, of course. As you say, Ono-san. What our clients do with their products is no concern of ours. Understood? Still, he's only 11. Only 11? You make it sound as if he were a person. He's a machine. No. Less than a machine. He's a tool. We made his body from the most basic ingredients, custom crafting it to suit our needs precisely. Then we made his personality. Sakun. There was a trace of bitterness in his voice. The two had a falling out. Interesting. Madango Sunkuji is quite good at what she does, as today's preliminary trial shows. Rather impressive, I'm sure you'll agree. Not a twitch when the two tossers were fired on his abdomen, and enough of a strength increase to smash granite when ordered to do so. Quite a remarkable tool. Was that a stall he saw? My. Daimonji certainly is daring today. What about Reiraku? He asked. What about Reiraku? Have you told Penelope that he's only a tool, as well? The director struggled to keep calm while his facial capillaries swelled with blood. He's going too far. Daimonji, you will leave my sister out of this. Is that understood? For once, Chashiku was as expressionless as Sable. Perfectly, Ono-san. His insolence will not go unpunished. You have never, he said, emphatically waggling his finger, never to speak of Project R within these walls. I will not. A pause. Director. Let him have his fun for now. Are you through whining, engineer, or are there any real objections? You sound like a Western minister. Daimonji enunciated. Speak now, or forever hold your peace. More or less. He will pay in full for his words. But at the moment, there is business to attend to. Tanaro wondered what could have possibly happened to make him so bold. He'd been so meek before, and with his parentage. Maybe he was finally going senile, in his old age. His wits and problem-solving skills had been invaluable in the past. If that was so, no matter. His present state of mind was the only thing of importance. It would not go untreated. The reactor is already near capacity, as I am aware of that. There was no way to bring a nuclear facility to Shirodari in secret, except by making it as small as possible. With today's energy tests, the lasers, fields, bombardments, we'll certainly exceed that limit. We must go through with them, Daimonji. You know how the other nation-states are building up their beam arsenals. And if our product is to be successful as a prototype for the manufactured soldier, we must be certain that he can thrive under such conditions. Is there nothing you can do? Divert power from other activities? Or, you don't seem to realize how much energy you are asking for, Director. We'd need a whole new reactor too. That's it, then. Hook up to the Shirodari power supply. Sire, connect us to their power grid. Create a plausible explanation for a blackout, just in case. and let us use their energy. We do still have operatives at the power company, is that not so? Hi, Ono-san. But, if it's a busy day, then theoretically we could still. Tanaro laughed. The man's naivete, combined with his cartoonish figure, was almost enough to let him forgive his indiscretions. Almost. A busy day. In SHIRODORI, they're still using fireflies to keep their rooms lit at night. If you are certain, sire. I am. Very well. May I? He gestured towards the door. You may. Dismissed. Tanaro watched him leave, and once the door had clicked shut, tapped a panel on his desk. Sukun? Yes, sire. He would not go unpunished. Simple respect for elders would not stay his hand. Not this time. Daimonji's just left my office. He's off to do some repair work to the electrical system. When he's done, apprehend him, and take him to a suitable interrogation cell. Sire, the guilty must be punished, he reminded himself, then took a deep breath. I think we've just found the perfect test for Sable. Nowhere, no time ... and then, the whiteness came. A bright hot flash, approaching from the front, that blinded me, but right before it touched my skin, stopped short. Instead, I was encapsulated in a cold and sterile artificial globe, to keep away the heat which nature had entombed outside. Beyond the bounds of my confine, it may be light, but inside all was dark. I could perceive the luminosity, but not touch it, and much as I moved, or struggled, it stayed distant, far away. Why had this happened? Try to think, children, try to think. My memories were slurred, spinning like a thick bean soup when stirred, almost and lumped into a semi-solid mass. Bits of what might be an individual item formed and surfaced, only to regroup before I could focus on them. One of them drifts by me. My arm automatically reaches for it, touching it. Or not. In this muddled state, the constructs of my mind take physical reality or a fair semblance of it, so it would come as no surprise if I could literally clutch my ideas. Wooly. Have I gone mad? I ask, but no one answers. I cannot, myself, for at the moment I do not remember sanity, and for the others, my friends, they'll know. I remember. I wasn't alone, I was with no one. They had disappeared. The scene has changed. I am no longer in my world of black and white, I am in Central Shirodari. How? My hand. There's something in my hand. It is that bit of me I'd seen before, that fragment I could not make out when it first passed. I must have grabbed it, after all. I force myself to release my grip, and look at what was clutched within it. It's a heart-shaped silver locket, old and dented so that one's ornate leafwork is reduced to a barely distinguishable glaze relief. What's more, it's open, and whatever it once held, it's empty. Or rather, I correct myself as I look around. It seems that what was inside of it has slipped without and filled my surroundings. Is this what it contains? Is it a memory, or a clue? I walk, gazed, holding the strange item to my chest close to my heart, and try to see what's happened now. On a corpse-able site, Pain Room 2087. Sukun stepped into the room, flipping on the light switch and closing the door behind her. Familiar panels of complicated instrumentation lined the walls of the pain room, but one thing was different this time. The occupant of the X-shaped metal cross on the end was not Southeast-1B-Y-L, but Chashiku. He was breathing with difficulty, sweat streaming down his face and pouring down onto his ample chest as he gasped. Apparently, the attendants had already softened him. From there, the water droplets coursed down the rest of his naked body, past the folds of fat around his waist, down along his wide, strong hips and along the sides of his trunk-like legs. He was massive, but his face, it seemed somehow not right. Somewhat emaciated, perhaps. His eyes were jutting from their sockets, burying into her head, blaming her. Sakun snapped herself out of her reverie. She wouldn't be fooled. He brought this on himself. Now, to begin the interrogation. We found an amazing amount of transceiving equipment hidden in your clothes. Care to explain? Nice to see you too, Sakun. The voice was gruff and the tone unpleasant, the more so because of the memories it held. I asked you a question. Haven't you heard of respect for your elders? Answer me. It was necessary for maintenance work. Tools, she interrupted, tapping the side of her surgical mask as she spoke. Yes, we found tools also. Incredible how much can fit into a suit with no pockets. Very careful seeming. Who's your tailor? No answer. Only a grunt, and a lowering of the head. Never mind. I think I know. The head snapped up, and the face wore a look of alarm. I like you better without your clothes, anyhow. You know. What? The words came slowly, as if he were trying to get past some sort of mental barrier. It would make sense, if he'd been used. Your tailor. I think I know her. You're bluffing. Am I? You always did think you knew everything. Oh, but I do. She moved closer to him and ran her hand across his scalp. Your hair's sagging. Are you sure you don't want something to stick it up? Shashika gasped, and his face straightened into a perfect poker expression. Oh, so you did notice. Clever boy. Don't touch me, he growled. Oh, I'm so hurt. She withdrew her hands and put them into her pockets. I doubt that. No one can get past that stonish skin of yours. You had no feelings. I did once. That wasn't feeling, that was an obsession. I only wanted to be with you, to touch you. Not prepared, she took her hands and ran them over his back, feeling the warm, glistening skin, searching, and concentrating as she whispered the words into his ear. Her chest was pressed against his, and he was unable to move away, while she intertwined her neck with his own, placing her head in a better position to see the glowing dots formed on his skin. When they had reached the full extent of their brightness, Sakun buried her iron fingernails into as many as she could, transferring just enough of her energy to cause small eruptions at the centermost points. Shashika screamed, and as she disengaged herself he looked at her with wild eyes. Sakun cackled. At last, I get under your skin. How? She undid her mask with a snap. Once it had fallen to one side, she grinned and licked the excess blood, skin fat and bits of bone from her press-on claws. Studying Ryuga's attacks for decades tends to give one special knowledge. Bakusai Tenketsu. Oh, you know of it? Sukuen arched an eyebrow. This was suggestive, to say the least. Rumors, only, and not quite correct ones. She once again bent over him and stroked his chest, feeling, touching, pressing on the fat until she felt the bumps beneath, until she saw the luminescent pinpricks, which she proceeded to jab with clinical accuracy. Specks of bone erupted from the sides, splattering the room with pale skin, globs of fat and drops of blood on their way out of Chashiku. By the time Daimonji was done screaming, only a few small red gashes bore witness to the deed. "It's the Bakusai Tenketsu," explained Sukuen, lifting up her hands in exhibition. "The blasting point victory. Quite an improvement, wouldn't you say?" "Sukuen, how could you?" The phrases came with difficulty in between his bouts of hyperventilation. "No. How could you? Listen to me, Chashiku." She grabbed him by the shoulders, digging her claws in randomly. "This time, I gave myself to you. I offered you all I had, all I was, and you rejected it. I was old enough to be your father. That didn't matter. You were obsessed." "Oh, really?" She narrowed her eyes and looked at him. He looked back with a mixture of curiosity and fear. Smiling, she took her right index finger and let its metallic nail down his chest, past the sternum, across the smears of blood, to the belly button and lower, until... "It's no use. No bone there was ever hard enough to fracture." Sukuen erupted into maniacal laughter, but was interrupted by a beep from the one-way speaker above the door. Hokoriko's voice. "Sable tests in 5 minutes. Finish the interrogation now, Sukuen. HMM. That's right." She stroked her chin, recalling a forgotten detail. "This is an interrogation." The Bosankuzi took Chashiku's face in her hands and pressed it close against her own. "Care to tell me where those transmissions were going?" She purred. "What transmissions?" A statement, not a question, and said with a grim face and firm eyes. It was surprising that he still hadn't betrayed his associates, after all the pain he'd been through. She'd never thought him to be the type to have a backbone. "You had enough hidden in that coat to start your own vid station. I'm sure you weren't taking home videos. I keep records of everything I do for aid and maintenance." "Liar." She pulled away and walked to the one of the wall-mounted control panels. A turn of a knob, to start his cross-spinning, then a flick of a switch, to add an electric shock to each revolution. It took a while for the speed to build up, because of his weight, but once the spinning had truly started, it was well worth watching. Each spark elicited a scream, and the faster they came, the closer the cries were to each other, until at last they were just one continuous high-pitched whine. That's when she stopped it. He ended up upside down, but that was no concern of hers. It simply meant that Sukuen had to crouch somewhat, before speaking to him. "So, she did." "Who?" she asked. What? Table. Of course. The equipment. What they'd stripped from him was laid out on a table just to her right. There was probably something important there. But what? What about your hardware, Chashiku? What is it I should be looking for? He opened his lips to speak, then stopped midway and closed his eyes, staying silent. Tell me. Nothing. She waited all she could, but forced herself to rise when the speaker came to life. Sukun, said Hokoriko, from elsewhere in the complex, we can't wait any longer. Join us in the arena. Now. Oh, well. At least she now knew where to start her search. Wiping her knees, she hinged her mask back over her mouth and went back to the cross controls. Daimonji pleaded, but that only made it more enjoyable to let him watch as she slowly turned the RPM knob to full and the electricity to maximum. Don't worry, she said before pressing the start button. As you've pointed out, we're short on power. I'm sure that it will shut off long before Sable is ready for you. On her way out, she turned off the light switch and closed the door, so his screams would not disturb the functionaries in the hallway. Nowhere, no time am I awake, asleep, or dead. No one seems to notice me. I wander through the busy streets, and see the markets, with their matrons dressed in flowery kimonos, and fruit peddlers selling the last of their wares before the sunset. No one blinks an eye at the traditionally dressed teenager with the raven hair. Not that I mind. I'm floating at the moment, unconcerned, living a fever dream in health, and in a favorite place of mine. If this is a dream, I hope I can remember it. And if it is a memory, a lunatic's recreation of fun times, let it never be forgotten. Shirodari is beautiful, especially at this time of day. An orange and red sky shines down on couples taking slow-paced walks to grassy slopes. Once there, they recline, and look up at the wispy clouds, reflecting or refracting the sun's rays into a pinkish color, shadowed blue. To walk through its streets, on the worn cobblestones, to feel at once familiarity and the excitement of rediscovery. It makes butterflies beat against my chest, and lifts my head even higher than it is. To the clouds. I look up at the beautiful twilight, the sun now a disk just barely above the horizon. Strange, how a light can be so bright, so warm, and yet be painless to the eye. Sable Testing Command Center 2087 below the director. Multicolored beams of light and other energy danced in star-like patterns, starting from various projectors, but all terminating on the head of a small boy. They'd been done with the physical tests for some time now. A broken tank and the rubble of what had been walls were proof of that. Now, they were on to more subtle levels. There was a certain kind of pain that just couldn't be reproduced by tossers, or thumb screws, or cutting implements. Often, one had to go to the root of something if one wanted results. In this case, that meant the brain. You're certain, Sukun? His assistant turned her head, pointing her dark goggles at him. She'd be laughing now, if she ever did. After so many years, Ono assumed she'd lost the ability to move her facial muscles in that way. That is, if she'd ever possessed it. Then again, who could tell what went on behind that surgical mask she always wore? I am always certain, Tanaro. How silly of me to forget. The preliminary analyses showed a 2.0 potential strength peak. I am aware of that. Today's tests only reached 1.5. He looked behind him, at the test chamber. There were the remains of a few granite barriers, assorted metal ones, burning fragments of military machinery. I'd say it's quite enough, Sakun. She shook her head. It isn't enough. Sable's strength increases with his pain. If we can raise the amount he feels. We've already used all the methods of torture known to be current. She waved him into silence. And that is why we are tapping directly into his pain centers. That's what the light show is for, I take it. Most of it. Some of it just transmits data back to us. The rest, yes, does stimulate the electrodes we planted earlier. If he survives, it should bring him up to 2.0. If, her goggles glint, almost with amusement, there is always the chance that even Southeast-1B-Y-L will buckle under sufficient pressure. A pause. Director. If we lose him, then the project will have been a failure. We shall learn from our mistakes, and start anew. Corp cannot afford to support more than one false start in this branch of its operations. Raraku. It always came back to that. To him. It's true, he wasn't what they had expected, what they had hoped for. But he was Penelope's son, and on top of that, he'd made a promise. One he couldn't break. He had to keep Project R going, at least until Nabiki. Very well, he said softly. Proceed. Whether I would was never in question. Ono grunted. Sometimes, he wondered whether Corp wasn't still run by Bosankuzi. Hokoriko, how are the readings? His wife looked up from the display she manned, and took off her earphones. Strength reads 1.9 and rising. Are you alright, dear? I'm fine. 1.9. To reach that higher point, the boy would have to be in enough pain to. There just weren't metaphors to cover it. He looked through the bulletproof glass to the arena below him. Sure enough, beads of sweat were forming on Sable's forehead, and one of his eyebrows was twitching. Nothing, apart from that. You've trained him well, Sakun. You can flatter me when he's passed the final test, Tanaro. The final. Oh. Chashiku. He'd brought his doom upon himself. At one. He couldn't have been allowed to live. It's not as if he had long to go before a natural death. In any case, he was in his, 70s, 80s? At most, he had 5 years left in him. Then there was the matter of his sudden sentimentality, and senility. Not to mention his poor judgment. What Sakun had found during the interrogation was damning, to say the least. Having Sable. It was just. This way, his passing would provide something. They needed to know if their soldier could kill. He closed his eyes, and placed his hands flat upon the table, while he stood. The final test. Of course. Tanaro was roused by a gasp from the console. 2.1, and rising. What? The director rushed to the screen, then turned to the Bosankuzi. I thought you said he could only go to 2.0. I did, admitted Sukun, cool as ever. This is unexpected. Are the sensors malfunctioning? Kokoriko shook her head, brushing aside the red-brown strands that fell before her eyes. I just ran a check. Unless diagnostics are also off, they're fine. My. Sable is full of surprise. Gosankuji stopped her sentence short. He's turning blue, she said, never looking away from the window. He can't breathe. Seems he couldn't take the pain. They'd better not be overloading him. It's bad enough to lose a defective model, but if we lose the perfect prototype because we pushed him past his design limits. He wondered whether the Southeast model now fits Sukuin's definition of a success. Is he a failure, then? He asked. And remember he's exceeded expected parameters. Get him air. Kokoriko. Feed him oxygen. I can't. The face of the director's wife was blank, and her tone matter of fact. Why not? He doesn't need it. Gosankuji stood still for a moment, and Tanaro guessed that underneath her goggles, eyelids were fluttering rapidly. Give me that. Sukun grabbed at the console, swung it around to face her, and began pounding away at the keyboard. Breathing's controlled, but healthy, she mumbled, still conscious. No tissue damage. But she froze. When Index Gosankuji showed any sign of emotion, something was wrong. Sukun? According to the neural link, yes, he isn't feeling any pain. An alarm sounded, sending Kokoriko scrambling frantically over her controls. Energy built up in the reactor link. What? Do something. Where's it coming from? Tanaro's wife licked her lips, then swallowed. Sable, she said. Sable? He's generating a burst. It's coming from him. And if it continues for much longer, he's not supposed to have that kind of power. What are his readings? Strength, stable at 2.5. We need more. Run a full scan. Now. Keep peaks. She punched a few buttons, before intoning, his key has been actualized from potential, and is stable at 0.1. Then his skin. Oh, deity. Suddenly, it all fit together. With 1/10 of the original Ryuga's key abilities, he wasn't going to be doing any Shishihukons anytime soon. But when one combined the energy-focusing emotional-based talent he did have with his ability to increase strength under pain, that blue tint wasn't due to lack of oxygen. Shut it off. I want the testing terminated. Now. I need the codes. Blast their security. There was such a thing, Ono reflected, as making something to foolproof. Voice check. Ono Tanaro. Code Alpha C1. Order. Terminate testing for subject Southeast-1B-Y-L. Insufficient parameters. Please specify. All of it. Insufficient. Too late. There was a far-off rumble, and a brief flicker as the auxiliary generators kicked in. In Sable's arena, all was dark. Nowhere, no time, a ripple, and a change. Shock. The locket which I hold against my chest dissolves into a sky blue light. It disappears, and all is metamorphosed. As if a blind string had been pulled by some enormous hand, the day was gone, replaced by starless, misty night. The people all around me disappeared, taking with them all the warmth, all the softness of the evening breezes, and leaving, what? A biting wind, that tore through clothes like mites through wood, a dreamy canopy above, and below a twisted version of what once had been. The darkness brought decay, and change. The very pebbles on the street seemed hostile, and the architecture now was more grotesque than beautiful. Shadows jumped from here to there, twisty corners peeked from surreal shapes, and all around the spawn of nighttime wreaked their mischief on the daytime town, painting over it their own 12-hour facade. Surely there was some way to bring things back to normal, some way to prevent the change. There had to be some way to light the moon. I hadn't noticed it before, when I looked up, but it must be there. The clouds are not enough to hide it tonight. Where, then? I craned my neck and scanned the heavens, till I found the gray-white disk, emitting light only within itself, and letting none escape beyond its local boundaries. Sable Testing Command Center 2087 Status Report. Hokorico. The reactor's gone. Deity. How? How much? Radiation. 8 million becquerels. 8 million. Sakun smirked as she went over the diagnostic routines. Shiodori has half an hour to live. She's right, dear, admitted his wife. Gosankuji's coolness had long since ceased to impress them both, and they now took it as a matter of course that she would confront the most gruesome scenes with no emotion stronger than clinical curiosity. I'll have the drone scan for a life signs, she continued, but at that level, it'll take them 35 minutes just to reach the town center, and by then, I understand. Tanaro closed his eyes, and vented his frustration on the palms of his hands. His fingernails dug deep, drawing blood. But not as much as I had spilled today. That wasn't what bothered him. Oh. Loss of life, he could deal with, but this didn't have to happen. If only they'd stopped with the physical tests, Sable was never going to encounter anything more than that in battle. Now they knew he had some kind of key ability, but it was of no use to them, and the cost. No. It wasn't the loss of life that worried him. It was how much he had wasted. There was nothing he could do about it now. Best to attend to the matters at hand. Slowly, he separated his eyelids. What about us? We're safe. For the moment. The shielding set up for the Sable project should keep out most of the energy. But, Sakun squinted at a display, trying to make out details. If you and Hokoriko are planning on any more children, I would recommend evacuating as soon as possible. And yourself? She raised an eyebrow. I gave up on a family. Many years ago, Tanaro. All I have. She shook her head, as if to clear away unwelcome thoughts. I'll stay behind to take care of Sable. But, no buts. All the beam generators were shut down, and the shock from having the electrodes suddenly cut off left him unconscious. But once I revive him, he'll be perfectly fine. I'll stay behind to finish testing. Sakun, you're going too far. What about the boy's own susceptibility to radiation? If we lose him, Sable has already proven his endurance. He can take whatever leaks through containment, and more, for at least several hours, most likely a day. Besides which, he's already sterile. He will be evacuated with us. You, too. We can't take the chance. Listen to yourself. Is this truly Director Ono of Ono Corp speaking? Or the man whose sister married into the Hibikis? Tanaro grimaced. I thought so. We only have the Shiro to recite for today. We couldn't risk using after this, even if the radiation were under control. A thoughtful pause. I take it your KF people are ready with the cover story. She thought of everything. Then again, so did he. Ono nodded. They'll pass this off as a bond test in Hakusa Park gone awry. There'll be some public outcry, of course, but it's better than letting Sable out into the open, or letting Japan know that one of their quaint villages was actually an advanced military research center. Inigo Sunkuzi, phrases like these pass aid for humor. Agreed, she concluded. I finished all the shutdown routines, darling. Hokoriko had been busying herself with the intricacies of dismantling an underground bunker, and now that she was done gave herself the luxury of arranging her hair. It's set to detonate the entrance charges tomorrow afternoon. After that, this place will look like nothing but a normal hill with a few landslides on its circumference. Good. Sakun, when can we expect you in Tokyo? Southeast-1B-Y-L and I will arrive tomorrow morning, if not this evening. I must run the final test. After that, we will have nothing to keep us here. Surely we can arrange for. No. This is our only opportunity. Don't you see? Chashika presented himself openly as our opponent. He has no surviving relatives, and thanks to his disguised paychecks, we can easily pass him off as an industrial accident. Such a chance won't come again. I certainly hope not. To think of the old man going through all that. He threw a nervous glance at the wreckage left behind by the physical tests. If the boy could demolish a tank, what could he do to an obese, ancient electrician? He'd been with the company for longer than he himself. Sakun, maybe I was a bit harsh on Daimonji. Perhaps we could. Could what? Oh no. There was ice in her words. Just like your predecessor. It was Kyutha who convinced him to go on. If management were truly left to your kind, there would be no Project R, no Sable, and you would still be a bankrupt, sniveling family, committed to the resurrection of your greatest foe. You must learn that one must cast away emotions if one is to succeed. Chashika broke the rules. He must pay the price. Especially since it is convenient for us. We must know if he can fulfill his function. If not, we must start again. Any delay in this could prove costly, and very inconvenient. Is that all you care about, Sakun? Asked Hokoriko, disgust apparent in her voice. Convenience? Is there anything else? Of course there is. I suppose you'll point to your marriage. Which tied together the Musk dynasty and the Ono line. All humanity went out of the woman's eyes, to be replaced by the savage glint of the hunter. Gosunkuzi could bandy words well, but she would have to do better than that if she chose to insult the honor of Herb's daughter. How dare you even suggest that? As she reached for her dagger, a red light came on one of the consoles. Oh, dear. It looks like your transport is ready for you. You planned it that way? You'd better hurry. Those trucks have considerably less shielding than the bunker. Reluctantly, Hokoriko removed her fingers from the jeweled hilt of her weapon, and walked out the exit, never taking her eyes off the executress. Tanaro followed. Nowhere, no time, and then, I see it is not an emitter, but something that draws in. The pale afterglow that lets me make out details of the town is all that Earth can keep itself from this circle's inspection. All it sees, it draws to itself. All it gazes at becomes absorbed. And now, it focuses on me. I struggle, try to break away, but find myself confined within an immaterial grasp, a force I cannot feel, but that I know surrounds me, coats me, pulls me in. The ground moves away, and I am thrust through blackness towards the putrid, stolen light. As I draw closer, I see more. Once dark areas gain detail, showing forms of great and tails fleshed pink, and... no. It can't be. Eventually, the moon itself strips its facade, to bear its true form for me. No craters here, or mirrors, or dust, or rocks, but cold, unfeeling polished glass surrounded by a frigid metal frame. A lens. Behind it, massive plates of circuitry and metal, forming a quarter of a whole, the other being my teacher's face. He'd followed me, and found me. Even here, inside my mind, inside whatever wonderland I'd jumped into, I could not hide. The gargantuan face noticed my attention, and smiled. Walls formed around me, closing in, bonding together at the edges. Top, bottom, sides, and only a small view hole left so I could look at John's eyes, and I banged on the material, harder than concrete and rougher than sandpaper, but gain only a few scrapes for my trouble. He sees, but does not help, and what he looks at is not in me. Desperate, I finger every corner, every indentation in the hope that there might be some way out I've overlooked. All the while, I feel his lens on me, searching, investigating, analyzing my frame like a sample under a biologist's microscope, and ignoring what's within it. When it looks inside, it sees lymph, and blood, and organs. Not my soul. I must get out, I must escape, I must go back, to where I am a someone. As if it had read my mind misread, and thought it needed more than visual examination of mon corps. The walls began to morph, ranging in parts, extending fibrous points, and causing them to grow from the enclosure, towards me. Metallic probes they are, tentacles that poke and pinch, taking samples of my skin, my hair, and more. I bat at them, but they continue, testing, tasting. When they've done all they can in my present state, they try to remove my clothes, tugging at my boots and jacket. I resist, but they are many, and strong, and I know I cannot last for long. How can he do this? Why must he do this? Ask. Outside, the obscene face still is grinning. It's on a corpora whirring busily and taking pictures, but the other eye is organic. It must have feelings. It must know pity. I cry to it, plead for help, for release, appeal to its humanity to aid me, to treat me as something other than an interesting bit of data. I have its attention, but not that which I want. The pale gray pupil points towards me, but the eye burns red with lust, not sympathy. The fire grows as it ogles my form, as it watches my vain fight against its tendrils, and anticipates the moment when its inspection will be complete. Not even my tears seem to hold it back. Not even the water streaming from my eyes can make it call back its metallic minions. Instead, its animalistic fever grows, spreading to the rest of the face, brightening it, heating it, a crescendo in an unholy symphony of soundless, emotionless instinct. The pull grows, in both directions. I am now as drawn to him, as he is towards me. We accelerate, much against my will. What of my cage? Jansai seems oblivious to its solidity. He ignores it, focusing instead merely on my other casing, the fleshy one. I brace myself, and close my eyes for the impact which I know must come. And, of course, it does. There is a flash, a spiraling of sparks as stone clashes with metal, and a shuddering, a shaking, a vibration. The walls around me crumble. At every point where their outward surfaces have come in contact with the face, there forms a breaking point, a glowing dot which catalyzes the disintegration of what lies around it. Eager for release, I try to speed the process, touching those which glow seems to wait to mature the explosions on their own. A tap with a finger is all they need to erupt, but the fragments shower inwards, towards me, and so I'm hurt as much as I am freed. Now mottled purple, my skin is still a driving force for Jansai's baser nature, for when the debris is cleared, and floats off in the vacuum around me, he's still there, waiting. The explosions have affected him, reducing his organic half to a gasping, throbbing mockery of a human face, and his other parts show dents and damage. The lens extends one final time, to get a final glimpse, and then stops. Dead. Halfway out of its socket, it jams, and all the lights around it dim, blink, and grow dark. But only for a while. Mixed with the panic that I feel are images from ancient manuscripts, of birds, with wings of flame, death's messengers rising from the ashes of their own destruction to bring the same upon the land surrounding them. Such pictures pale in comparison to what I sense, to what I perceive in front of me. From what I hoped was now merely a non-sentient mass, a lump of consciousness forms. At first, I feel nothing. I am alone, truly, for the first time, and only my heart, my thoughts, my feelings, though there were never more than those are present, only they disturb the pattern of the moment, or create new twists in it. Then, gradually, the ambience of Jansai, the mood surrounding his parts, every little sensory matrix in his corpse twinkles back to life, and while I feel it, they reach out to each other, and join. They meld into an aggregate form, not physical this time, purely spirit. No, not spirit. There's not enough soul in the old man for that. What is it, then? A luminous form rises from the shell, mostly white, but here and there the red of meat in a butcher's stall will take the place of shadowing. Amorphous, but trying to be something. False starts, as growths form on the figure, then recede into the main conglomeration. Finally, they settle into a vaguely humanoid form. Long legs, arms, knobs that might pass for hands and feet, and a head with a nose, and a mouth, and ears, which now opens its eyes. Once again, they focus on me, and I am too weak to move, too drained by my injuries. Both of us are free, but only he has truly been released, I am still confined by the bodily casing which Jean-Sai has discarded, and because of my refusal to leave it, because of my need to endure, I am now easy prey for a willing hunter. He knows that, of course. The line across the bottom of the top projection curves into a semi-smile, and he rushes towards me. What can I do? I sit, I flinch, I wait. I curl into a ball, cover myself, try to avoid what I know must come, what I can feel in his gaze, and always could. There is some comfort in the fact that though he might defile my body, he himself has given proof that that is something easily cast away, and exchanged for another thing which cannot be corrupted. Past that point to which it is itself decayed, Jean-Sai advances, turning himself into a torpedo of pink-tinted plasma, a cylinder which spins, and flies through the dark straight towards where I sit, crouching. My arms, from instinct, fly before me, covering my eyes and face, and so I miss the impact visually. I feel it, feel his substance enclosing me, pressing against my skin, seeping through every pore and contaminating all it touches. Get it over with, I plead, soundlessly, since my mouth is also covered by his viscous presence of either gag I know not of. I know what he wants, what he's wanted all this time, and since I cannot avoid it, I wait. The sludge slowly dissolves, leaving shivering tissue where it once had lain. It evacuates my lungs, seemingly evaporating, and still his stench, his vileness, permeates mon core. What's happening? I ask myself. I welcome my deliverance, but cannot fathom from whence it might proceed. Relax. I'm answered. From within. A strange voice, not my own, not my mental avatar. Who are you? Relax. I probe, sending tendrils of thought to test the ground of my mentality. Something intercepts them, cuts them short, stops my train of thought. Who are? What? What was I forget what I am thinking of. What I was thinking of. It's gone. Lost. Lost. What? What is lost? A blank. Then vileness, building up. Resentment, growing, becoming tangible, taking form, and finally exploding outwards. A burst of angry light explodes from me, clearing anything in its path. Chunks of rock and stone, what had been. What had been. It is of no importance. What had been. That, too, is removed, and even the security of floating in nothingness, even that. I fall. I tumble through the void, back to the earth, back to the town that I had left, not knowing what had happened to the artificial eye, not caring, only thinking that at last I had returned. To what? Corpsable site, testing arena 2087 darkness. Only the blue glow of the emergency lights allowed Sakun to make out details in the arena. To her side she could distinguish a few monitors, wires, keyboards, the usual paraphernalia of an establishment such as this one. Behind her she could hear a pneumatic hiss as the automatic door finished closing. In front of her was Sable, reclining unconscious on the link seat. His head was cocked at an acute angle with his trunk, and now inoperative electrodes trailed their wires from his skull. She grabbed a handful of cables and examined them, determined to go over every inch. Best to begin at the beginning. Sakun started with the connection to the main computer. A brief pressure of her fingers on the right spots, plus whatever meager visual information made it past the thick dark lenses of her goggles were enough to let her know that all was as she had expected, and feared. The leads were melted to the point of fusion, and the plastic covering was badly scorched. It has to be. All the evidence pointed to it, but it was still so illogical that it should happen this way. The energy backflow that had originated from Sable had to be a key blast. The blue tinge to his skin would have then been a build-up of the spiritual energy. Not enough to generate a north after all. His peak was 0.1, but enough for a dim glow. Dim enough to be perceived as pigmentation. As she had so often in the past, she resigned herself to the facts. It was useless to argue with truth. Whether the jar hits the rock, or the rock the jar, she quoted mentally, remembering Cervantes, it's always the jar that ends up the worse for it. Ironic, oh, that he should exhibit such abilities before KAYP. Unfortunately, it was of no use to their goals. Even if they successfully designed a neural stimulator, the amount of pain they'd have to put him through to bring him to the point where he could use that would. I'd better check the electrodes. Quick scans with trembling hands. The wires seemed untouched further along the cables, so there was hope that the implants hadn't melted. If that happened, Go-Sankuji took a deep breath and put a gloved hand to Sable's head. She allowed her fingers to probe his scalp, pushing past thick, strong, young brown hair, feeling the metallic surfaces and foam adhesive discs of the devices she herself had placed, ever so carefully. There was no corrosion or noticeable damage. That much was clear after a few seconds. Still, she continued her examination, delighting in the luxuriant growth, taking pleasure in feeling the soft strands brushed by her fingers. She allowed her touches to become caresses, and was about to remove her glove before she stopped herself. No, thought Sakun. This way madness lies. All that mattered was that nothing had gone wrong at the neural level. His brain would be unharmed. The project would continue. With precisely calculated movements, she set to work removing the electrodes. For each one, she'd stretch the skin surrounding it, then pull the cable at an exact perpendicular to the skull's curvature, taking out the thin metal spike which had sent information to and from his neurons. Once all of them had been discarded, and she was satisfied that there had been no damage to the subject, she loaded the correct medication cartridge into the right syringe. Better this than the needle. He's had enough pain for today. Sakun put the tube within her teeth to free her hands while she took Sable's arm, moved his sleeve out of the way and disinfected the target area with an alcohol swab. Not that there was much to sanitis. He kept himself clean, and through a quirk of his genetic engineering, his skin was smooth, pale, and soft. Enough of this. She took the jet and quickly administered the dose. A push, a slight hiss, and it was done. Only a small wait. Now. What else? The lighting. She liked the dark all Go-Sankuji's did, but the boys. Southeast-1B-Y-L was used too different, and it would ease his awakening if she... Where's that switch? She fumbled, then found the lighting control panel. Sakun hesitated for a moment, then turned the dimmer to half power. The inside of Sable's eyelids pulsed a dull peach, and strange amorphic shapes in greens and yellows danced in front of his unopened pupils. What? Where? His brain crackled, filled with static which gradually decreased in strength. As it cleared, so did he see past into what the mental snow had been hiding. The tests. The tests were the last thing he remembered. walls, a tank, and then a chair. A chair? So hard to remember. Something about bright white lights and metal. Pain, much pain. More than he had ever felt before, and it had made him strong, just as she promised, just as Sable, Executress Sukun. Oh, deity. If she saw him like this, half asleep when he was supposed to be in his prime. Let her not see me as a failure. Are you conscious, Sable? He opened his eyes, only to find Gosunkuji's goggles directly in front of them. Hi, Executress. Against his will and conditioning, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Sukuin's face was unreadable, as his own should be, but that made it impossible to tell whether he had done well, or what happened. Was that a smile peeking from the sides of her mask? Yonasakuin? Surely not. He must still be imagining things. There is no need for concern, Sable. Madam. A frown. This one was certain. Her eyebrows moved into a V-shaped pattern. No need for concern, or for sweating. Your physical conditioning should allow you greater control than that, by now. I'll stop it at once. Good. You have done well. I have. Better than expected, in fact. Sable deliberated. Was it proper to feel joy at this? It was within Onocorp's goals for him, so he should be pleased, but it was best to play it safe. He resolved to choose his words carefully. With the Executress, seemingly innocuous phrases such as these could easily be a test in themselves. I am pleased to hear that. Each word was enunciated clearly and distinctly, but with no emotion attached to it. As well you should be. Tensed muscles relaxed. His reaction had been approved. However, she continued, do not allow it to go through your head. I will not, Executress. There is still one final test. Final test? The boy opened his mouth to give voice to the mental query, then promptly shut it. One did not question a Gosunkuji on such subjects. If one needed information, it would be provided in due course. He resigned himself to nodding in acknowledgement, face firm. This test is different than the rest. In the others, you had to destroy. In this one, she turned away from him, paused, and bowed her head. You have to kill. Kill? It is what you are designed for, Sable. A surprisingly snappy tone, for her. Fail this, and all our work will have been for naught. What good is a soldier who cannot destroy his enemies? I understand. Who am I? Enemies to be. Sukuin paused, then answered slowly. Only one, and not much of a challenge for the likes of you. He is, however, a self-confessed traitor, blasphemer, and possible saboteur. Something else, too, she added. Mumbled. To Sable's heightened hearing, it sounded like, among other things, Sensei. Gosunkuji's head jerked up, and she spun around. I said nothing of other things, Southeast-1B-Y-L. You must have misheard. My apologies, Executress Gosunkuji. I misheard. Sable smirked. This was no test, rather, it would be a pleasure to be able to render such a service to his creators, to rid them of this vermin, that was so able to agitate his teacher. He did not know the details, but if Index Gosunkuji used such strong phrases, they must be accurate and well-deserved. Who is this creature? Lead me to him. There was no response for a few seconds, then Sukuin lowered her eyes. Chashiku, she said slowly. Daimonji Chashiku. Sable's head spun. Chashiku? How? The old man was harmless, an old relic, an electrician. and always kind, telling stories, bringing food, fresh fruit. How could he? You seem confused, Sable. I take it I was understood. You were executress, he admitted. If it was her will, if it was Onocorp's will, then it must be done. But are you certain? Chashiku has always been so. You doubt me? A glint from the goggles. He couldn't doubt her. Sakura never lied. The index was never incorrect. No, he exclaimed. Of course not. It's just that he's always been so loyal to Onocorp. He's been with it so long. As long as you, I'm told, and he had to say it, but did not know how to, except in a whisper. A friend. Sakura clenched her fists, then released them. That was a bad sign. Friend, she snorted. Don't you see, Sable? That is why he is the most dangerous villain of all. He does not use projectiles, or beams. Your endurance is proof against an army of those. His weapons are emotions. Emotions. He has been using your own feelings against you, softening you, trying to make you feel pity and compassion. She almost spat out the words. His friendship is nothing but a ploy to soften you. A clever one, true, but her voice became a hiss. Trust me when I say that Daimonji is void of any true feeling. No feeling. Then, he is strong. His teacher looked amused, and stroked her chin pensively. Yes, I suppose you could say that. Strong. In a very different way from that in which you are strong. That only makes him all the more dangerous, and all the more perfect as a test of your abilities. Remember your training today is when you need it most. He'd almost forgotten that, in the passion he'd flown into, in this flurry of confusion. He'd lost track of what he was here to do. Truly. Emotions make one weak. Excellent. And what else? I must be a stone soldier. Good. And, as a soldier, I must obey. Who? You. For the moment, yes. And I tell you that that Daimonji is a traitor, and an enemy. Put your emotions aside, Southeast-1B-Y-L, and eliminate him. Do not fail Onocorp. Do not fail on me. I will not, executress. Nowhere, no time the downward motion stopped, but I'm still somersaulting, whirling in a sea of dust that blocks the sight of all that lies beyond it. With time, the curtain settles down into a layer of sediment, and my own movement changes into simple turning, like a top. My eyes adjust. It takes a moment, since I've gone from darkness into light. But, is it light? There is a yellow glow, and figures. Dancing. Spinning. Twaddling. Who is moving? I or they? I recognize them now. My classmates. But, why like this? Why? They are translucent. I see right through them, see their pained expressions juxtaposed one upon the other. A boy's scream peeking from behind a young girl's frown. An arm reaching out to anyone, to anything, right through another student's thorax. What has happened, and why do they not notice me? In my movement, my rotation, I extend a hand to each in turn, trying to touch but failing, trying to contact them, to let them know I'll listen, and I'll help. They do not hear. They scream in silence, move their mouths, but wait. They are not quiet. When I listen closely, I can hear them. They speak in tongues of anguish, panic and despair. I did not recognize the sounds, at first, because I thought they were my own. Yet, I am silent now, and they're the ones who speak, and plead, and try to cry. Top, and will not see the one who'd help them. I can see them, but not touch them, and yet I, who can be touched, am made invisible to them. Again, I question what's gone on. What calamity has happened so that I am separated from them, on a different plane? As if to answer me, the dust piled on the moving ground stops still, coagulates, and finally reforms into identifiable shapes. The shapes of corpses, of the friends I knew, with blackened shirts, and burned up skin, and yellow, melted yes, their limbs stuck now forever into the unnatural positions tied on by rigor mortis and sudden death. Those gruesome sights immobile stand, while my own body, warm and pulsing, young and energetic, pirouettes, alive, amidst them. Are they dead, then? And am I no answer needed? The transparencies point at the sickly sea of blackened blood and hanging skin. Each once had been in recognition of its former self. There's cries of pain, of loss, of mourning. I can't bear it. I must do something, help, or at the very least must let them know that they are seen and heard, and someone understands their needs. To do that, I must join them on their field of play. I must stop moving. So, I try. I turn myself the other way, press all my might and concentration on the effort, focusing, rechanneling, until, on a corpsable site 2087 like all the others in the bunker, the corridor they now passed through had walls of solid stone roughly cut, perhaps blasted. The facility had been made in a hurry, and there hadn't been much time or need for aesthetic detail. Nonetheless, Sable had grown to find the unfinished appearance comforting. At times like these, the sight of them would help to calm him. Even something that is not perfect, that is not polished, they seem to promise, can fulfill its purpose provided it is strong, and does not weaken. Only emergency lights lit their path. Every few meters, a sheet metal box with a few plastic panels on it would jut out, connected to all the others via insulated cables. The colored lights pulsed intermittently, giving their voyage a psychedelic appearance. Greens would blink and alternate with reds, flickering and casting from the shapes he knew Sable's own, the walls, and Sequin's unfamiliar shadows that would tease him, daring him to identify them before they disappeared. For a millisecond, all would be dark, and calm, and peaceful. And then, it would start again. Much like my own mind. All his training seemed to be in jeopardy, fulfillment of his goal threatened by the identity of my opponent. He knew that these feelings were illusions, that they were traps, tricks of the mind, but still there was enough compulsive force in them to raise doubts. They played and toyed with rules he'd learned as truths, and cast them before an unfamiliar light. Light, that he had always comforting, was now a mockery. None of the clinical purity he had grown to crave, none of the pure, undiluted white. Here were baser colors of the spectrum, shining as they had not a right to. It was a mockery of true enlightenment. A fate far worse than darkness. What comfort was it to have a tainted glow appear, and pour its vile imaginings upon his conscience, activating that appendix of the soul? True, they scattered when he summoned his conditioning, but the deed was done. All this was so confusing. Very little sound was present in the hall, and what there was reverberated, echoed and was amplified. Sequin's measured breath sighed through her mask, his own tailing next to the roar which hers became in the impromptu acoustic chamber. Her presence, too, seemed magnified. The mood she emanated was at one with the solidity which he perceived from the rock tunnel. Sable's was not. Questions rose in his mind, and when he tried to quiet them, they only stayed down for an instant before bubbling up again. It was Chashiku against Sequin. Both were equally persistent, on their own. There was need of a third factor to settle the dispute. Me. They walked on, the crunch of their boots on the pebbled floor heralding their perseverance. Sable's breath quickened as he reminded myself that each footfall brought him closer to the final test, a test which he was no longer certain he could pass, regardless of what he had told Sakun. That settled it. Many things he could do, but deceive her, never. He had given my word, and would fulfill it. Not only that, but he would do so with a true heart. Anything else was deception. Even if no one else knew it. To do that, he would have to fight a preliminary battle, but of much the same sort. He would have to eradicate some of those feelings, some of those thoughts that had proven comforting to him, and so thoroughly uproot them that they had no chance of ever coming back. It was a sacrifice, but one that he must make. For everything. For himself. It was his goal, as a soldier and a weapon, to destroy. And, as a tool, if he could not fulfill my purpose, he was obsolete, and useless without a reason to exist. Therefore, if anything threatened this, he must be rid of it. For his mother. She'd been forced to stain her honor. She had been a formidable warrior, but her mistake was to allow such doubts, such emotions, to overtake her. In fact, the very same ones that had proven her downfall. How distasteful that word is. Regret, compassion, hesitation were the same demons that now tormented him. If he could not rid himself of them, he would go down the same path. Lose his mind, and the ability to kill, and be left incomplete, with only the capacity for brute destruction. For Amocorp, Sable was their hope for a perfect project. His half-brother had proven a disappointment, but they kept him, to fulfill a promise. He, not that half-grown rodent, was their pride. He was who they relied on to be a perfect prototype. He must not fail his creators. And, for Sakun, all his life, she'd been there, teaching Sable, instructing him, letting him know the truth, and what was right. To fail her was worse, far worse, than to fail himself. He focused all my mental powers on driving out the homunculi that littered his mind. One by one, Sable forced myself to extinguish the brilliant flashes, snuffing them with the same weapon with which he always armed my mental representative, the combat spatula. He'd see the offenders as candle flames, dancing upon wicks in their shades of red and yellow, orange and blue. One precise and downward swing of his instrument's cold metal surface, and it'd be gone, a thin column of smoke, the only remnant of its existence. That, too, soon rose and dissipated, and the wick, the root which could in future times lead to a greater conflagration, that he stamped on, crushing it to dust, and letting the black powder scatter in the wind. In little time, his consciousness was once again a void. Clean, pure, and undiluted dark. When one could not have white, this was the next best thing. Sakun stopped suddenly. They had arrived. In front of them was the door to a primitive holding cell, plain iron, painted creamy white. Silently, she undid the latch, letting at first only the grating of metal upon itself and stone greet their entry, until those sounds were joined by a whimper, and a whine. He was there. Nowhere, no time a change occurred. I halted, stopped my spinning, but that was not without its consequences. Momentum is conserved, and mine was transferred outwards, to the morbid ring. The massive bodies meshed and melded into a fence-like structure. The cadaver's arms were interlocked, their legs were twined, and each on the jaws of one would hinge upon the shoulder of another. Once finished, the enclosure throbbed, and pulsed, beating as a unit, increasing in strength and frequency until at last the whole exploded, fountaining upward in an obscene shower of once human parts. Steadily the bits rose, slowed as if they moved through fluid, and not air. The spirits stopped, and ceased all other movement to lift up their heads, and see it all. They wailed, and groaned at the sight, bemoaning what they once had been, what they were seeing destroyed by my own action. Then, somehow, be it magic, or collective force of will, their strength of feeling merged itself with the organic cataract. The pieces of their pasts glowed black, a darkness that grew deeper with each cry of loss. Soon, before they fell, the dark had spread to all within, not just surrounding, but a part of the rain, infusing it with dismal energy, and fusing it all into a single, black and solid beam of pure despair, which then fell onto me. On a corpse-able site, holding cell 2087 in front of Sable was a man. He looked no more that mortal, no fangs, or scales, or claws to characterize him as the monster that he was. Just a man. An old one, too, huddled against a corner in the manner of a mouse, and crying. The tears flowed through the natural channels provided by the wrinkles on his face, dripping past the long white sideburns, down an almost non-existent neck and continuing their passage down his chest, where even more of the aged graces could be found. He was obese, but not so large that his stretched and aged skin couldn't hang and fold over his rolls of fat. Daimonji looked up, showing a face bursting with fear and resentment. "You've come for me at last," he sobbed, directing the statement not at Sable, but at Sakun. She nodded. I hoped that you'd remember, that you'd. Oh, what's the use? You've grown different. You've changed." "I never change, Daimonji." "She is stone, as I should be." "Oh, but you have." The voice was a tremulous baritone, but had a power all its own. "You are now less like the girl I knew and liked, and more like Kaiuthu. Flattery will not help you now." "What flattery?" "That man was cruel, and did anything to reach his goals." "As well he did. Very effective." "Effective?" He grunted. "I suppose it was effective. But me? What's the use in getting rid of me? Are you that afraid of the past? That vengeful? Was I that cruel, that savage that when given the slightest opportunity, you would do this?" He held up his hands, bound in iron manacles. "You know what you have done." The two looked at each other fixedly, eye to goggle. At length, Chashika spoke. "I know what I had not done. Your inaction was voluntary. You could have complied. Complied is a rather clinical term for it, wouldn't you say?" Silence. "You will not forgive me." "Forgiveness?" She glanced at Sable. "You are beyond forgiveness. Traitor." The man had obviously been trying to restrain himself, probably thinking that his only way out lay in intelligent conversation. His shield broke, and the tears once more gushed forth. "Suk-chan," he pleaded, trying to embrace the executress, "don't." A slap crossed his left cheek, drawing blood. "Don't ever call me that, Daimonji. You were." He rubbed his cheek and breathed with difficulty. The rasping of his lungs, and the distortion caused by the phlegm in his aged throat added to the effect of his sob-filled words. You were not always so reluctant to have me say that name. Things change. You do not, or so you said. Sable had been still. He knew better than to interfere, and he had his own internal battles to fight, which the present situation only intensified. Sakun, showing emotion openly. Chashiku, calling her Sik-chan. The dust he'd thought long gone began to gather, threatening to coalesce, and form anew the wicks of doubt. Clear your mind. The particles swirled, a mental whirlwind. Clear your. Now, Sable. A command. He began to walk, then hesitated. Chashiku, I'm. Daimonji glanced at him, then turned his head away. Do what Sakuin thinks is right, he muttered. Finish him, and we'll be done. Sable did not know the electrician's crime, and relied only on the Gosankuji's assertions. Could he perform an execution, his first, on such a foundation? The boy thought, then straightened. Executress, I know where. No time. With a deafening roar, the projectile cataracts onto my frame. The depression bathes me, falling in coils, slipping around me, and finally finding a foothold in my pores. From there, it infiltrates my body, racing through the circulatory system, to the heart, the lungs, my glands. I feel it. Their emotions, their sadness, burns throughout my whole. Oh, it come from outside. It's internalized, processed into a crisp, sharp fire that leaps outwards. Racing through my veins, the assimilated pain pours out in roiling streams that join into waves at the surface. Where they touch my clothes, the material is dissolved. It turns into gray dust which sprinkles to the floor. This dust, this remnant of the last barrier that I had used to hide myself, does not seem to trouble the spirits, or their eyes. In fact, the powder allows them to see me, for the first time. It wafts past them, and they blink, and turn, and jab their fingers at me, noticing a newcomer amidst them. At last I have descended to their plane. I've lost myself among the dead. Not quite. I see the fear. I am not natural, not of their nature. But, no matter how strange my liveliness may be to them, or my solidity, I am relieved to see they recognize me as a friend. Through eyes half closed and watery, and swollen red with pain, I look up at them. Yes, up. No longer am I in their sky, above their ground, the graceful spinning angel. I am crouched naked on the ground, bathed in a grimy, slimy, oily, filthy sweat and hurting like I didn't know I could before. They see, they care, they know me for what lies within. My body's bare, but that's not what their gaze admits. They see inside and find what makes me separate from all the other masses of protein on the earth. They also see that I am wounded, and they try to help. They cannot lay aside their own concerns, they've lost too much for that, but they make room in their collective consciousness for a smidgen of charity. I see it in their eyes, as a glimmer, a faint glint as they continue spinning around me. A sudden pain. Sharp, and to my lower abdomen, my stomach. I am a corpse. Sable sight, holding cell 2087. Sable's stomach lurched, the lower folds of his intestine flipping over themselves, churning and causing ripples to rise through his esophagus up to his throat. This, he thought, is what it must feel like to be sick. He'd never known such a sensation. He had lived in a sterile world, always, free from bacteria, and pre-supplied with all the antibodies he would need to fight any which he was ever likely to encounter. As his heart beat against his chest, it seemed to spread somewhat, and send chills from his sternum, outward along his ribs. You will what, Sable? Asked Sakuin. I must. The boy took a step forward. When he heard the crunch of a boot on gravel, Chashika turned to face him. His face had the look of a deer standing before an armed hunter. Sable swallowed and wet his lips. His mouth was dry, but his brow was covered in sweat. He saw Sakuen from the corner of his eyes. She trembled. Rage. Fear. Either one would be just as remarkable in the normally unshakable executress. She closed and opened her fists in frustration, perhaps keeping her eyes focused on Sable. When she saw his resolution about to fail, the Gosankuji reached into a pouch hidden beneath her outer garb and removed a single item, holding it aloft so all could see. It was a spatula. A single, metal, throwing spatula. My mother's. All other thoughts were banished from his consciousness by virtue of the cooking implement. They were instead replaced by an overwhelming sense of shame, to be removed only by completion of his task. Kwanji Yukai had gone mad because she had allowed herself to be weak. He would not make the same mistake. He would not fail this test. Sakuen placed the spatula in his waiting hand, and he in turn slipped it in between his belt and shirt. It had served its purpose. It had strengthened his resolution. He would not allow it to do more. The boy refused to rely on an instrument to do his work. That was the way of a coward. Besides which, Sable himself was a tool, or so he had been taught, and a weapon. The time had come to prove it. He took Chashiku's chin with his left hand, being careful to finger the throat so that he could not use his vocal cords. Sakuen noticed this, and nodded her approval. Last words from the condemned would only be an inconvenient distraction. Daimonji struggled, but in vain. Southeast-1B-Y-L single quote S strength was more than enough to both lift him off the ground, heavy though he was, and absorb the impact of his flailing arms. Now, Sable closed his eyes and launched a punch with his right fist. There was no scream to hear. Nowhere, no time. A scream bursts from my deepest regions, coming unbidden and refusing to leave, once out, echoing instead to postpone its dissipation. The sound stops them at last, and they stand in a circle, jaws agape. Lost. They moan collectively. Lost. A tearing. A gashing in my lower body. There's strains, and snaps of nothing material, of nothing concrete, but when they're broken, I feel lighter, but laden, like a diver undersea, whose density is less than that of the water which bears down upon her. Yamacorp Sable sighed, holding cell 2087. His hand was covered in pulpy meshes of red, green and yellow wet, slimy excrescences that dripped down his sleeve. They were the same colors as the lights that had troubled him earlier, but they did not shine. Far from it, they were dull in color, though one or another surface might reflect a bit of light. It was hard, thought Sable, to believe that moments ago, these pieces, fragments, no, they were not even that. It was hard to believe that these blobs had been part of a human, of a man that he had known. Yet, the proof stood undeniable before him. He could not fight the evidence of his senses. Apart from feeling the warm ooze upon his skin, and seeing the bloodstains black on his blue shirt, he could smell it. Death, or has been life, a musty, salty smell that went through his nostrils down to his mouth, where it became a steamy taste. The sensations conjured images of a meat market by the seaside, during a hot summer's day. He also heard it. If only to reassure himself, He had reached down to the body and pulled up a handful of the remnants, squishing them the mass between his fingers. As it trickled through them, it emitted a contented gurgle. A baby-like sound, coming from what had been the head of an old man. There was humor in that, but somehow he didn't feel like laughing. This had been Chashiku, and now was not. Simple. He had caused the change himself. With help. Sakun had spent her time staring at the corpse, never moving her eyes from the pulp that lay above the neck, the soup that now replaced the head. Apart from that, the anatomy had been left intact. She moved shards of cranial bone around with her foot. The fragments were many, and small. Daimonji's frail, arthritic skeleton had easily cracked, splintering and sending gruesome shrapnel to all parts of the cell. He was dead. The traitor had been killed. His duty was fulfilled. Gosankuji smoothed her front, then looked at him. He thought he could see traces of tears on the underside of her goggles. "Executress?" he asked. "You act passade, Executioner Sable." "Nowhere, no time, something's left." "What?" "I do not know precisely, but it was the final link that held me to the lens's world of iron, glass and newness. Now I am of them. The pain which pounds and beats through all of me only reminds me of that. It starts from the center, then pulses towards my heart, which shivers, continues painfully down through my thighs to my legs, then again up to my brain, where it hits with the force of a dozen hammers. This is my lot, now, the badge of the world to which I've drawn myself. The world of these shades whom I sought to help, of memory, the past, regret, and loss of opportunity to do that which fate cut off. Now, they try to save me, but find themselves powerless to do a thing. A few reach towards and through me. I feel them as a breeze, a slight refreshing touch, but nothing more. Once it's gone, in its absence the fire seems stronger than before. Like Dickens' ghosts they moan and wail at their own inability to do, and I stay crying, for myself and them. They turn away. My friends. One by one, each form stops movement, nods, and pivots to face outward. When all the circle's done, they walk away. But not too far. The two halves form themselves into a set of rows that marches forward, settling finally into a corridor, a hallway built of souls, a passage to what end? I look, to see if one of them will tell me what the meaning of this is. None does. They just smile, and point toward the end of their passage. There must be something there, I reason. They must have found something to help me. And once I am healed, I can help them. Bearing the pain as best I can, I stand. My steps are slow, but they come in their time. I trudged past dozens of my former classmates, till there are no more to pass, and see what they have led me to. Yamacorp Sable Site 2087. Where are we headed? Sable asked, as he walked down yet another stone corridor with Sakun. Halt. Executress. To my room, then out. I have some things to collect. You act passade. We have no further need of the testing center, and considering the current situation, it is best if we leave quickly. And the body? They proceeded for a few steps in silence. It will be destroyed when the charges detonate tomorrow afternoon. Pronounced the Gosankuji. Destroyed, or buried in rubble. We need not concern ourselves with sanitation. A funeral was out of the question, naturally. One did not render such honors to traitors. Understood. At length, they arrived before a white door set into the granite, with only a brass nameplate reading Go Sankuji Sakun to distinguish it from all the others in the bunker. The executress pressed her palm against the scanner beside it and hastily stepped through the opening doorway, beckoning Sable to follow. The inside of her room was as expected. The walls were bare of anything, including paint. Only the natural color of the rock showed. There was no window, only a simple bed, a small desk, a computer and some climate control equipment, and 2 closets. One was standard issue whitewashed plywood. The other was an advanced container. It was made mostly of plastic, with metal supports, and it had a hermetic sealing around the edges of the door. For a lock, it had a complicated-looking mechanical device bulging from its front, to which was attached a thumbprint scanner. Sable raised a questioning eyebrow. Nowhere, no time a glass case in front of me reflects my haggard face. My black hair is matted down with oil, and my skin is a pale red, seemingly burnt from my exertions. This, I ask, is this what I must use? The case's front reflects only myself. What it hides, I cannot guess. Heads move up and down, giving the impression of a grisly field of some strange grain, waving in the wind while it waits to be harvested. I take it that's a yes. Yamacorp Sable site, Sukuin's room 2087. Sukuin merely pointed at the scanner. Only you can open it, she said. Then, it must have been prepared. Something had been kept for him. And it had also been kept from him. Why? What is it, executress? The goggles grinned. Think of it as a graduation present. Not wishing to delay, Sable placed his thumb against the smooth green glow of the lock panel. Nowhere, no time the crystal shatters when I punch it. Shards flying out, some cutting me in places, drawing blood. The others travel through the spirits. From their gray forms, they take no red. Only my own organic, solid flesh is damaged. I scarcely feel the pinpricks. The other wounds had made me numb. Now that its shield is gone. What's inside? A suit. Yamacorp Sable site, Sukuin's room 2087. An outfit, mounted on a wireframe mannequin. First to be noticed was the blue boy's uniform, much like his own, though several sizes too large. It was well kept for, and ironed, and smelled like all the inside of the container, of preservative gases and disinfectants. Across the chest, from left to right, a leather bandolier housed metal throwing spatulas in narrow cartridges. Sable fingered the one that now pressed against his thigh. He was speechless, too odd to vocalize his thoughts as his mind went over the information which his eyes conveyed. He'd seen this before, he'd dreamed of it, and if it was that which he hoped, there should be. There, in the background, the closet and the room were only dimly lit, but now his eyes were fully adjusted to the half-light, and he found what he was looking for. Behind it all, a monumental combat spatula peeked out, with yellowing linen wrapped around the handle just below its ring-shaped pommel. My mother's. Nowhere, no time a transparent plastic radiation suit. Radiation? But the spirits throw me on, waving their arms wildly. I touch a sleeve on the thing. My hand is relieved. The pain speeds away, its natural flame vanished by the cold, inorganic substance. I tell myself that it's not right, that this is of the world of Jean's eyes, and his lens. The pain hurts, but it's from their world. Here, the past. Too much. I cannot bear it. I must choose. I can stay, or leave, but not both. And, if I stay, the torment will become too great, and I'll succumb. If I remain, It won't be to help them, but as one of their own. I must. I snatched the sterile package reluctantly, unfold it and slip it over my naked frame. Corp Sable site, Sequin's room 2087. The bandolier feels heavy as I slip it over my neck and onto my cloth shirt. It carries with it far more than the weight of a few cooking utensils. It brings with it new responsibilities, new promises. I'd always known it was my fate to cleanse the Kwanji name, to bring it into the forefront as a model for all warriors. And these garments are the symbol of that vowed commitment. The weighty combat spatula is next to be picked up. I leave the clothes themselves to be folded, and taken on our exit. I've yet to grow into them, after all. My killing hands run along the cold, hard, polished surface. The feeling, the sensation brings me closer to my mother, closer to Sequin, and closer to the stone soldier which I must always strive to be. Nowhere, no time, little more than a plastic bag, it unfolds and wrinkles, all transparent. What use is it as a covering? It hides nothing. All it does is block out my friends, making their cries unhearable, and blunting the edge of their sorrow. Also, it brings me to the notice of, he's found me. I can feel him on me once again, know that he is watching me, out of that metal eye. Still invisible. No sight of it. Watching. Numbered perhaps. Perhaps not yet. I'm safe so long as I am physically within this world. I can't hide. You cannot. The walls crumble. What I'd thought to be indented black, once outside lights let in, is shown to be my school. Fissures appear, revealing chalkboards, desks, and plastic tile, all scorched, all burned, all bathed in a filthy, grimy light of bluish white. His favorite light. The sterile light. He's coming. I must run. But I can't leave them here. Where? From you. More holes appear, letting in more of the rays. As a beam hits one of the shades, it disappears. No puff of smoke, no ash, no farewell gesture, just a simple there, not there. Wherever I look, another crack grows. I try to stop them, move, and attempt to shelter them with my arms, but with no effect. The spirits look at me, and beyond, then quake, and in a second, they are gone. This happens many times, to everyone and everything. And then, I realize, it's me. I am Medusa in reverse. Those things I look at, what I try to see, loses what solidity it has, and simply vanishes. What have I done? What have I become? You have become a me. Island. Is John's eyes taint so strong that I can't? I raise my hands in front of me, these hands that only killed, that only could eliminate when they had tried to protect, and heal, and save. Then wonder whether I myself am proof against my curse. Corp Headquarters, Tokyo 2087 Report, Kuliku. The radiation must still be high, thought Ono, as he squinted at the image on the view screen. Interference caused by the alpha particles made it difficult to make out anything but a blurry outline of the doctor's radiation suit. Thankfully, the sound transmission seemed unhampered save for a slight crackle. The drones found life. Chirotary, that was interesting. He looked back at Hokoriko, who shrugged in her seat. After 8 hours, everyone should be dead. If there were many people still living and available as witnesses, it might poke holes in their cover story. Perhaps it'd be better to leave them there. How many, Keiko? The figure on screen moved, but only a crackle answered him. Could you repeat that? One. That wasn't too bad. All the easier to. Better check who it was, lest he regret it afterwards. Identified? Hi. A pause. Well, Schoolgirl, late teens. Jansen Childra. A Jansen? Hokoriko started as she heard the name, and stood behind him to watch the rest of the conversation. Send. Bring her to Tokyo, at once. Sire, there's little chance she'll survive. Even with the best insurance. We'll treat her at Suzuki Memorial ourselves, with Anocorp funds. Sire. Hokoriko put her hand on his shoulder. We can't risk the life of a Jansen. That's all. As you wish, sire. The fuzzy image bowed once before the screen went dark. It's. The director took his wife's hands in his own, holding them as he would lifesavers. One girl. Not a problem, is it? Tanaro? He shut his eyes and clenched his teeth. Blast it. If Okasama finds out there was a Jansen at the site, she'll understand. You were doing it for the project. For the Sable program, not Project R. She's been against it from the start. Hokoriko. She stroked his hair as he bit his lower lip and shook his head. By all rights, my name should be Jansen, but then Odu. Then Ilya Morike went on that expedition. She remarried to that Shinozuke, but she never got over him. Her first husband. What if she dies? The Childra girl. What if she won't? A cold, female voice from elsewhere in the room. I'll take care of her myself. As Tanaro looked closer, a familiar figure stepped into the light from the corner in which she had been concealed. Sakun. The word left a bitter taste in his mouth. He shouldn't be surprised, really. The Holgo-sankuji line had an uncanny knack for hiding in shadow. How long have you been here? Long enough. You shouldn't worry about Jansen. With our cloning therapies, there should be nothing to worry about except some minor trauma. That is, assuming that she's out of Shiodori within the hour. She will be. And, assuming that I'll be given unlimited access to all of Anocorp's facilities. Anything. Just make sure she's better, before Belladonna finds out. Of course. Hokoriko hadn't let go of her husband's hand, and with each passing second, her grip was tightening. Tanaro was glad he couldn't see her face. The visage of an angry musk was not one easily forgotten. You dare, she hissed, come here, unbidden, after what? The executress held up a plastic card. I have a key, and the scanners are programmed to accept my voice, hand and retinal prints. The musk woman glared at the director. He shrugged. Well, she comes here so often, and it was useless to try to explain. We'll talk about this later, Tanaro. For now. She turned to Sakun, and flipped her dagger out of its sheath. Go, before I forget I'm no longer on top Genkyo. I see you two have a lot to settle, so I'll let you be. Just like her, to make it seem like leaving had been her idea. Before she left. What about Sable? He passed. Silence. Southeast -1B-Y-L is in his quarters. I thought it best not to bring him. Tanaro nodded his approval, and she continued. I'd have to visit my brother and take care of his girl child for the day. I'll check in on your children while I do so. Be sure to have her at SMH by 9 at the latest. That said, she turned and left. Suzuki Memorial Hospital 2087. Sakun nodded as the doctor continued his explanation. So far, the news was good. First of all, they'd run a bio-search on her, which had turned out better than they could have hoped for. No close relatives, not in Japan, at least. Except for Tanaro, and he won't admit it. She was being financed by a distant cousin somewhere in Africa. That made a lot of things much easier. Her physical condition was also promising. The girl would be barren, that much was to be expected. But there was no significant corruption of nerve cells, and though the damage to the muscle tissue was extensive, thanks to Director Ono's generous offer. "I take it Jansen has samples in the tissue bank?" she asked. "Hi, Gosankuji-san. Good. It shouldn't be a problem to heal that via cloning therapy. Now, the most important question. How about her brain? Minimal damage. 1%, at the most, and that is partial, no total neural destruction whatsoever. Even better news. The brain cannot be cloned. That was the first rule every geneticist learned. So long that was fine. I am pleased to hear that, Isha. Her consciousness is unstable, however. She drifts in and out, and our nurses report that even when awake." Sukun started. "Nurses? You were told to keep the patient secret. I assure you, all our staff can be relied on to. How many have seen her? Apart from the doctors you've selected. To keep it at that. For as long as treatment continues, keep a watch on those nurses, and threaten them with severance if they say a word about their patient. Remove all other duties from them, if need be. She's only a schoolgirl, Gosankuji-san. You heard what I said. Must I call the director of Onocorp and have him confirm my instructions?" She reached for her portaphone and watched with satisfaction as he paled. That won't be necessary. We'll keep it under wraps. One more thing. Yes? When the girl awakens, do not let her know who is paying her medical fees. What shall we tell her, then? That was a good question. In this case, silence was almost as bad as the truth. Limerick had left a large amount of money behind for charitable purposes. Most of it was being diverted to Onocorp, so it shouldn't be too much trouble to set something up. Tell her that A. Jansen Trust is financing her recovery. They've recently found out of her existence, and will pay for her basic expenses from now on. That should satisfy Belladonna's protectiveness of members of that family, and eliminate many possible sources of inquiry. Her first husband had been quite the eccentric, after all. It was entirely plausible that he'd have set up a trust fund for destitute relatives. Deity knows you did. At last was the butt of every financial joke. A multi-billion Kunyu fund, earning enough interest each day to finance a small army, which could be touched by no one, simply because there were no more Kunyus to claim it. The doctor raised an eyebrow. "Trust me," she assured him. "It exists. Or it will, once I get to the lawyers. It shouldn't be too hard to fabricate a past for it. Will that be all? Executress, you may go. Mind my instructions this time." "Of course." With that, he bowed and went on his rounds. Sukun seldom ad-libbed, but in this case, her spur-of-the-moment thought had provided the perfect solution to her problems. Simple, as well, and relatively cheap. With Limerick's fortune earning interest daily, one woman's costs of living would be nothing but a drop from the bucket. For some reason, it also eased her conscience, somewhat. Not that she was guilty of anything, of course. Now, to find those lawyers. Scried, it's time to go. Nothing. Sukun looked around her, without success. She must have left while I was talking. Truly a Gosankuji. She hadn't even noticed. Not a problem. With that squirrel of hers on her shoulder, she shouldn't prove too difficult to find. Scribe ran after her pet squirrel, darting past surprised orderlies, jumping over bedpans and crawling under cots. It seemed she ended up doing this every time she took her out. Honestly, that animal. The dark brown squirrel snuck into one of the patient rooms,